Hello, I'm Dolph, and welcome to the 1 Hour Ironman. For the last 175 days, I've been playing Old School RuneScape with one simple rule. I can only play for exactly 1 hour per day. No marathon grinds, no playing all night to hunt a drop, and all progression completed within the standard Ironman rule set. The goal is simple. Complete every quest in Old School RuneScape and earn a quest cape. But with just 60 minutes to work with every day, every quest requirement or item upgrade has the potential to turn into a multi-week project. Over the last 25 weeks, we've gone from an Ironman fresh off Tutorial Island to a growing hero capable of taking on challenges like Monkey Madness, Legends Quest, and Recipe for Disaster. Along the way, we've hunted for rare upgrades, we've battled through some of RuneScape's most iconic quests, and we've spent more hours than I'd like to admit doing things that probably could have been done faster on a normal account. But that's what the challenge is all about. And now, you can watch the entire journey so far all in one place and see just how far a casual player can push an Ironman with just 1 hour per day. And we'll start day one with the Cook's Assistant, a classic first quest. After running around Lumbridge to collect a few ingredients, that'll be our first quest complete, and a few early cooking levels in the books. With Cook's Assistant done, that leaves Sheep Shearer up next. Fred the farmer needs our help to shear all of his sheep and spin the wool. After a brief run-in with the Thing in Fred's field, we're off to do a little crafting, and our second quest will wrap up with a few bonus crafting levels. With a couple of early Lumbridge area quests out of the way, we finish up day one with a classic. It's time to kill some chickens for some combat training, grab some feathers, and pick up our first few ever combat levels. Let's see how we get on. Not bad for the first hour. To start day two, we grab our free set of Ironman armor from the tutor in Lumbridge, finally looking like a real Ironman. And time for our first real adventure with the Restless Ghost quest. After chatting with the clergy around Lumbridge, we'll make a trip over to the Wizard's Tower, and eventually reunite the ghost with his skull to earn a huge early prayer XP boost. It's incredibly valuable on any account, and an awesome start for us here. Love to see those early prayer levels. From there, we're over to Draenor Village for Rooftop Agility. Agility is always one of the most important early skills, and training it now means faster run energy regeneration for everything we'll be doing going forward. So far, training agility here is one of my favorite things on this account. Hanging out in Draenor is just so nostalgic and cozy here. With 20 agility out of the way already, we've got a little bit of time left in day two for X Marks the Spot. It's a short but useful quest that'll unlock clue scroll boxes and access to Great Kourend, which we'll definitely be revisiting later. With just a few minutes left in day two, we've got time for a few chicken kills and even a couple strength levels. Day three starts with Ernest the Chicken. Thankfully this time, I have a guide, so I won't have to spend all day lost in the basement puzzle like I did as a kid. I mean, just look how long this is taking, even with a guide, knowing exactly what to do. And with Ernest rescued, we're off to Remington for the Witch's Potion. After killing a couple of rats and grabbing a few other ingredients, we'll get a nice little chunk of magic XP. And a few magic levels. While we're still in the Draenor area here, we are going to run over and get started on our very first ever clue scroll. See what kind of loot we can get there. I would absolutely love to get an elemental staff. I know you can get those from beginner clues. That would save us about 1,500 gold that we would definitely have to spend on one. Alright, and we've got our very first ever clue scroll casket here now. Let's go ahead and see what kind of loot we can get. Oh, we actually got the elemental staff. Nice! And we'll finish up day 3 by working on pushing agility a little bit further. Continuing that grind towards level 30 agility in our next run regeneration boost. Quick look at the day 3 bank. Not too bad. Dozen marks of grace so far. And between the agility training at the end of day 3 and now the start of day 4, we finally hit 30 agility. That's going to be a huge quality of life milestone for us. With 30 agility out of the way, we'll go ahead and take on Druidic Ritual next. It's a pretty quick quest, but definitely an important one for us, as it's going to unlock the Herblore skill for us to train. And with the XP lamp we've been holding since X marks the spot, we'll grab a few bonus levels. And also get started on our very first farming run. With our playtime restriction, it's going to be very important to keep up with going forward. And just mix in a few fishing levels while we finish out the day. Start day 5 with one more fishing level just to unlock rod and bait fishing. But the real focus for day 5 is all on the Pandemonium quest and unlocking the new sailing skill. After getting hired to salvage a shipwreck by Anne and Will, we're betrayed, thrown overboard, and left to wash up on the new island of Pandemonium, where we learn all about the cursed medallion we just helped our former colleagues fish up. After being sent to fetch some cargo from Port Sarim, we'll go ahead and end the quest with our very own raft called the Fatal Anchor, and access the entirely new sailing skill. With the quest complete and sailing unlocked, I decided I was having so much fun sailing, we'd spend most of the rest of the hour just sailing around, charting a few landmarks, completing some port tasks, and even making our first delivery over to Karamja. And we hit 11 sailing for our troubles too. We wrap up our last little bit of day 5 to get a start on mining in the new cave on Pandemonium. It's a great place for us to start on these early mining levels. It's got copper, tin, and iron for us to get started, plus a bank chest just outside. We'll start off day 6 with a little bit more mining. Just go ahead and push to 15 mining so we can mine iron ore and so we can get a start on Doric's quest next. Quick detour for a farming run. And a farming level. Alright, we'll go ahead and chat with Doric, finish the quest, and gain access to his oh-so-conveniently placed anvils. More importantly, get us a few extra mining levels.
And with our last bit of the hour, we'll go ahead and just smelt and smith everything we mined and get a jump start on some smithing. And for day 7, we'll start with our first big challenge of the week. We're going to go ahead and make a dash through the Stronghold of Security. Especially early on, this place is dangerous. But making it through all 4 floors, if we survive, will net us 10k coins and a nice boot upgrade. It's a huge boost for a new Ironman account. And of course, we're going to go with the fancy boots. And all of that cash is immediately going towards some gear upgrades. Better armor, more runes, and some new arrows to finally get started on taking combat more seriously. And just a quick look at all of our upgrades and us decked out in our new steel equipment. Squeeze in another quick farming run while we're already nearby. And a new farming level. With a little bit of time left in day 7, I decided we should try out our new combat equipment on the imps near Falador. To my great surprise, we actually got all 4 of the beads we need for Imp Catcher, so we'll go ahead and turn that in real quick. That's our last quest complete for week 1, and a nice little amulet upgrade as well. Couple magic levels to boot. Just a quick peek at the final bank and the final stats for week 1. Day 8 is all about combat in preparation for Vampire Slayer. Killing cows may not be the most glamorous way to train, but it's perfect for us. They give us combat XP, hides for crafting, and bones for prayer all in one place. And with 20 strength, we're going to be hitting a little bit harder now. That's always welcome. A few defense and hit points levels will absolutely help with our survivability too. Day 9 is our first real test. Vampire Slayer is a simple early quest, right? Unless you're an Ironman with a bunch of terrible food and low-level stats. Well, wish me luck. And naturally, when we get to Varrock, the solution to the quest is to get the NPC drunk. Classic RuneScape problem solving here. And with Count Draenor defeated, we're rewarded with a nice lump of attack XP, a jump straight to 22 attack level, Mithril weaponry unlocked once we can afford it. And with plenty of time left in day 9, we head straight back to the cows in Lumbridge to hit 20 defense and round out our base 20 melee stats. Again, I know fighting cows isn't the most glamorous way to train, but it's just so nostalgic to train here in Lumbridge for a little while it's still viable for us, and we need the hides for crafting anyway. And before logging out, we'll just tan all of the hides for crafting. Speaking of crafting, that's where we're going to start here on day 10. These early crafting levels are exciting. They are going to unlock us our first set of ranged combat gear, but more importantly, it sets us up to be able to craft our first teleport jewelry in the future. Need to get our hands on some sapphires. Crafting can also be a great way to make some money on Ironman accounts. Next, we're over to Lumbridge to start our life of crime. Starting with pickpocketing men to get our first few levels. Quick farming run detour. That's 9 farming, a huge milestone as it unlocks our ability to do our first herb runs. And then we're off to Artie to complete our first diary task and continue on our life of crime. Cake stalls are a great early food source. They also double as a decent thieving training method. "15 thieving sets us up to be able to pickpocket ham members for the rusty sword we need for the Artie diary. We start day 11 with a quick farming run and our first at the Artie patches. Day 11 is mostly prep for quests in the Artie Easy diary. We grab a bunch of quest items we'll need, and then it's back to Lumbridge. We'll get the stuffing beaten out of us first, and eventually get the rusty sword that we need to complete the Artie Easy diary. Over in Kourend, we find Old School's most overpowered moneymaker. We can buy his silk for 3 GP and later sell it for 60. Rune Mysteries is up next. Not because I particularly want to do the quest, but because the Artie Easy diary says we have to. And that's runecrafting unlocked, which I will promptly not train. Just a few more quest items we need to collect for later. And with 25 thieving, we unlock fruit stalls for future training. And we end with a decent stack of food. 600 coins may not seem like a lot, but when you're a broke Ironman, it'll do. With just a couple minutes left, we finish up with a bit of woodcutting. Wasted time is the biggest enemy of the series, so we might as well gain a bit of XP for our last couple minutes. And this is where everything goes wrong. Due to a recording issue, I lost all footage from day 12. But instead of pretending that it didn't happen or trying to re-record anything, I'm just going to show you guys exactly what I accomplished on day 12, and we'll move on from there. Plague City was first, where we helped rescue Elena from Western Artie. And then Biohazard, where we discovered the hoax that was the plague. We also completed 8 more easy achievement diary tasks, putting us to 9 out of 10. We start day 13 with a bit of fishing, our last prerequisite to finish the easy Artie diary. We need 15 fishing to be able to go out on the fishing trawler for our final task. There we go. And we'll stick around to fill the inventory and cook all the fish. And out onto the fishing trawler. With all of that done, the Easy Artie diary is officially complete. And the cape is ours! We'll drop the XP lamp on agility, just because it's my only skill over level 30. And then we'll take on the Monk's Friend quest. It's a quick and easy quest right around the Artie area where we help one of the monks throw a birthday party. Oh baby, time to party. And we're rewarded with a bit of woodcutting XP and some woodcutting levels. Those woodcutting levels are nice. Unlocking the canoes is a pretty good way to get around. Day 14 is where everything we've done this week pays off. Fight Arena has 4 big fights ahead for us, but not before we fall back on the old RuneScape classic of getting somebody drunk. And we'll break Sammy out of jail and go rescue his dad from the arena, but not before having to take on the ogre and all of the other minions ourselves. The reward for defeating General Khazard and rescuing Sammy and his dad here is huge. We get a massive amount of attack XP, some nice thieving XP. Jumps us right up to 33 attack and 28 thieving. Quick farming run detour, this time at our 3rd allotment patch over in Catherby. Then it's time for fishing contest. We have to go over to Hemminster, win ourselves a fishing contest against a totally not suspicious, definitely not a vampire. And we'll return the gold to the dwarf, typical dwarf stuff, get ourselves some nice fishing XP. With our last bit of day 14, we head back to Varrock to work on a bit more agility. It's always good to keep working on improving our run regeneration and getting more marks of grace. Bank for the end of week 2. And our progress since week 1. And day 15, we're going to be spending our time training some agility on the Varrock rooftop course. Fortunately, these early levels still come pretty quick. It's not the most exciting thing to be doing, but I try to make sure that we're keeping up with our agility training as we're progressing each week. Want to make sure we're getting our run regen up, and as our world gets bigger every week, it's going to get more and more important that we're able to move around efficiently and not waste half of our time just traveling. Quick peek at the bank to end the first day, getting a nice little stack of marks of grace going. Day 16, we'll start off with a little bit more rooftop agility. We're just going to go for level 40 since you only get the run regen increase on every 10th level. And with 40 agility done, we'll move on to a few more quests around the Varrock area. But first, we're going to go ahead and take care of the natural history quiz downstairs in the Varrock Museum. This nets you a nice bit of early XP for a couple skills. 1000 XP for Slayer and Hunter each. And next up, we'll take on the Romeo and Juliet quest. We'll help the 2 star-crossed lovers deliver messages back and forth. We'll consult Father Lawrence, who sends us to gather some cadaver berries to make a potion to fake Juliet's death, which is apparently the solution to the problem. Unfortunately, Romeo forgot the plan and instead runs away with Juliet's cousin, but well, we get the quest points either way. And then we'll help Juliet's neighbor Gertrude find her lost cat. After getting extorted by her children for 100 coins to tell us where the cat's hiding, we'll try and bribe the cat with some milk and sardines. We'll rescue its kitten and get it to head off home. And quest complete, we're rewarded with a bit of cooking XP and a pet kitten of our own. Day 17 will take on a few more difficult quests, starting with Rag and Bone Man 1. We'll spend a little time running around Gillinor, killing a few monsters for their bone specimens for the odd old man. And make a quick little farming detour with a farming level up. Of course, it's not enough that we ran around and got all these bones. We have to soak them in vinegar and process them for him, too. But we're rewarded with a little bit of cooking and prayer XP. Prayer level up is always worth the effort. Next up is Demon Slayer. We're tasked with following in the footsteps of the hero Wally, who killed the demon Delrith. To kill Delrith, we need Silverlight, the magical sword, but it's locked behind 3 keys. We can get 1 from the guard captain Rovin. We can recover 1 from the sewer under Varrock. And we can give 25 bones to the wizard Triborn to get the last one. Once all the keys are recovered, we're able to get the sword back from Sir Prison. Day 18, we'll gear up with all of our combat equipment and Silverlight to go take on the demon Delrith. Bring with a nice inventory of food and resources. And then we take him down in 2 hits without needing to use any food. But I guess it's always better to be over-prepared. And that's Demon Slayer complete. Next, we'll do Priest in Peril. We're tasked by the King of Varrock to head over and check in on Drizel at Paterdomus Temple. Somebody inside told us to go down here and kill this dog, so that's exactly what we do. Except the King's not so happy about it. Turns out that dog was supposed to be protecting Varrock from vampires coming over the river. We'll find the key we need to rescue Drizel, and bring him all of the rune essence he asked for. Quest complete, and we're rewarded with some nice prayer XP. With Priest in Peril complete, we have access to Mauritania, and therefore the Canifis Agility course. We're here, so we might as well just finish the hour out by grabbing an Agility level, and working a little bit towards the next one. Quick look at the bank here on day 18. I decided since we're already here, we're going to start day 19 by just quickly finishing off level 42 agility. With 42 agility done, we'll take a quick little break for a farming run and then move on to start Waterfall Quest. Houdan here tells us about a hidden treasure that we can find. To find it, we have to read this book, head over to the maze. We have to recover Glariel's Pebble, as well as the amulet and the urn. And then we have to try and sneak by the fire giants. And that's Waterfall Quest complete. We're rewarded with a nice bit of attack and strength XP. And it gains us a few combat levels. While we were here, I decided to come and take on a few of the fire giants, get a few magic levels. We didn't get a rune scimitar this time, but it's some nice magic XP if nothing else. We end up at 25 magic today. And a nice hit points level up as well. Start off day 20 with just a little more magic training. Might as well use up all of our runes. Now, I said we didn't get a rune Scimitar drop, but that's not the only thing these fire giants have to offer. Oh my god, we got the fire battle staff! Holy shit! I cannot believe we got one of the two things we actually wanted from here. Holy cow. That is awesome. And 27 magic, which will let us get Rings of Dueling later. We'll make a quick detour for a farming run and a pickaxe upgrade. And then we're gonna head back to the cave on Pandemonium Island for a little more mining training. Trying to get our smithing up to 15 ultimately is why we're here, hence why we're mining copper and tin instead of iron. And we'll end the day with 29 mining. Day 21, we're going to go full dwarf mode. We'll do a little more mining just to finish off level 30. 30 mining done, and that'll unlock the ability for us to head to Motherlode Mine for future training. Then we'll move on to smelt and eventually smith everything we mined today. That'll get us a few more levels. We're also stacking up some nice loot to be able to sell. 15 mining done, so we can finally get the iron bar we need for the knight's sword. And smith all the extras. We end up at 20 smithing, which unlocks silver for future. We end up selling everything for a nice couple thousand gold profit. And then we'll take on the witch's house quest nearby in Falador. We have to break into the witch's house to try and recover the little boy's ball that he kicked over into her garden. We have to sneak past the witch here, making sure she doesn't see us. Then kill her magical experiment monster in the shed. Because apparently she needs that to guard the ball. It ended up being a bit harder than I remembered, but we still got it done on the first try. Quest complete, we get a nice boost on some hit points XP. Quick look at the week 3 bank there. And the stats to end the week. And start with the clue scrolls. I would love to get any unique from these clues, or ideally any of the trimmed or unique amulet variants that you can get off the beginners. Oh my god! Holy shit! I cannot believe we actually got one of the trimmed amulets. Oh my god. That's so amazing. Pretty exciting loot for our first clue scroll of the week. The second one is a little less exciting, but still some decent loot to sell. And go rob Fred the farmer quick. There's our first easy casket. Oh! Taibo One-Eye teleports and a black pickaxe. That's 2 collection log items. That's not bad. Our last easy clue is going to send us over to Varlamore, so we're going to have to do Children of the Sun first. Do a little bit of quick time stealth, follow the fake guard to infiltrate the bandits. Spy on them quick. Turn them all over to Sergeant Tobin and interrogate their leader. And quest complete, Varlamore unlocked. This is our first step that really requires us to collect any equipment, so we'll definitely have to save that. Oh my goodness! Holy cow! Okay, a black kite shield T is incredibly cool as a little flex on this account. And an amulet of magic T is amazing. Oh my god. Quick look at all the loot. We upgraded our magic and defense amulets, our shield, as well as our pickaxe. Day 23, we'll start out trading over our first cat for death runes, getting a new kitten. And we'll sell some clue loot as well as our old pickaxe. Then we'll start the Prince Ali rescue quest over in Kourend. We're tasked with rescuing the Prince of Kourend from his captors over near Draenor. For doing so, we'll be rewarded by removing the toll between Kourend and Lumbridge. Save us a little bit of time and money going forward. Of course, we have to get somebody drunk in order to do all of this. And quest complete. We'll wrap up day 23 doing a bit of range training here on the Lumbridge cows. Level 5 ranged lets us upgrade to an oak shortbow. Should let us increase our damage a little bit. I keep coming back to these cows for our early combat training. It's so nice to be collecting the hides for crafting as we're going. Day 24, we're going to pick up where we left off. No cow is safe from us today. Keep pushing our range training. Today I'm going to try and go for level 20. Prayer level on the way, that's always nice to see. Working towards those overheads slowly but surely. And our 20 ranged goal for the day. We'll go ahead and craft everything. Gotta tan the hides first. Once we get past a few more of these early crafting levels, we'll be able to start using our crafting skill a bit more to our advantage. Start making ourselves some teleport jewelry, as well as some armor upgrades even later on. Speaking of teleport jewelry, that'll let us make a Ring of Dueling later. And make our first sapphire necklace, which we'll later enchant into our games necklace. And we'll end with just a quick trip to Varrock to get some ranged equipment upgrades. And then we'll kill our last minute or two with a little bit of thieving. Day 25, I decided to make a detour into the wilderness. I wanted to train prayer, so we'll be collecting bones at the boneyard and then taking them over to the Chaos Temple. Sacrificing bones in the Chaos Temple gives us 350% XP compared to just burying the same bones. We'll have to do a bit of world hopping, collect a full inventory, and head on over. Start sacrificing our newly found big bones until we get PK'd before we even manage to get rid of our first bone. Well, that's just the way it goes in the wilderness. We'll go ahead and try again. Collect another inventory of big bones, and hopefully we'll manage to get a few more of these ones put onto the altar. We actually managed to finish this inventory, ending up at 26 prayer. And while we're right next door, we might as well run over to the lava maze, try and collect some steel plate bodies to sell. Get hit by absolutely everything on our way in, and killed by a demon on our way out. So to cool off, we're just going to go ahead and mine some rune essence, just chill out, and wait for our gravestone to reset tomorrow. Fortunately, death is pretty forgiving to noobs like us. We were able to recover all of our steel plate bodies, sold them for about 26k. Then we'll take on the Knight's Sword quest. This one gives us some huge smithing XP. We just have to do a bit of running around, meet Thurgo the Incamdo Dwarf, bribe him with some red berry pie, and he'll help us replace the squire's missing sword. Turn in the sword, and that'll be quest complete. 12,700 smithing XP jumps us right up to level 32 smithing. While we're already in the castle, we'll head over and start the Black Knight's fortress. We're sent on a super top secret mission to infiltrate the Black Knight's fortress, which requires us to weirdly just throw a cabbage in their magical potion. That ought to thwart their evil plans. We're rewarded with 3 quest points and 2,500 coins. We'll finish off our last bit of time just killing a few guards, because I know they can drop some clue scrolls. Day 27 we'll be taking on a few quests, starting with the recruitment drive here in Falador. We're sent to audition for the Temple Knights, which requires us to complete a series of 5 different puzzles. The puzzles range from logic puzzles to combat trials, a little bit of everything as we go. Once we complete this last puzzle, we're going to be rewarded with quite a bit of nice XP. Most notably for me is that Prayer XP. Herblore XP is always nice as well. Next up is Goblin Diplomacy. We'll collect some Goblin Mail, which we have to dye. We'll throw a bit of a Goblin fashion show here. The generals are arguing about the armor color. We end up showing them a few, and they end up deciding to just stick with the brown that they've had all along. I guess we didn't really change anything, but quest complete still gets us 5 quest points. Next up, we'll take on the Corsair Curse. We'll help a group of pirates over in the Corsair Cove deal with a curse. The navigator here tells us all about it. Each of the crew members thinks something they've done has caused the curse, but we end up proving each of them wrong pretty quickly. And it turns out that the navigator actually faked the curse for job security. So I guess we'll try and prove that, and then the only logical solution is to have to kill him. 2 quest points, access to the bank here in Corsair Cove. And finally, we're going to end day 27 here, working on just a bit more range training here in Lumbridge. Always love to see a bonus hit points level. Some survivability always helps. Day 28, we'll be doing a bit more range training. We're shooting for 28 ranged today. We're trying to hit 28 because that's going to let us get a pretty big ranged weapon upgrade next week once we take on the Lost Tribe quest. Bonus hit points level first, but then we'll hit our 28 ranged goal. We've got enough time left, so we might as well head back to Kourend to go ahead and craft all of the new leather. Switching over to hard leather at level 28 crafting lets us start making a little bit more money and gets us better XP. We end up with 500 total level. And a nice bit of cash for our trouble. Lastly, we're just going to finish up with a little bit of fishing just to kill our last few minutes. We start off day 29 by finally taking on the Lost Tribe quest. We're tasked with investigating a disturbance in the basement of Lumbridge Castle, which leads us to discover an unknown tribe of goblins living under the city. We find out that this lost tribe is called the Dorgashin tribe of goblins, and we learn a few introductions from the goblins we met earlier during Goblin Diplomacy. We then go back to negotiate a peace treaty between the people of Lumbridge and the Dorgashin. We foil Sigmund's ham, that's humans against monsters' ambitions, and seal the deal on that peace treaty. With the Lost Tribe complete, we'll be rewarded with a little bit of mining XP, and more importantly, access to buy the bone crossbow and bone bolts. It's a really strong ranged weapon upgrade for us, and we'll pick up a quick helmet upgrade as well. With our range gear sorted, we'll knock out a quick farming run and farming level. Next, we'll work on just a couple of beginner clue scrolls I've had in the bank. Nothing too exciting for loot. Definitely no uniques like we had in the first couple of weeks. But that's okay, we can't be so lucky every time. We wrap up day 29 with a little bit of fly fishing here in Barbarian Village, using up some of those feathers we collected back on day 1, and a quick look at the day 29 bank. Day 30 will start out with taking on a Porcine of Interest quest. We start this quest by responding to a bounty request to take out an unknown monster. We end up finding that it's a sour hog. It almost takes us out, but we're rescued by Spria, the Slayer Master. She ends up giving us a bit of an introduction to the Slayer skill and sends us back to take out the sour hog. With the sour hog defeated, we can collect our reward and complete the quest. We're rewarded with 1,000 Slayer XP and our first 30 Slayer reward points. We'll knock out a quick farming run on the way, and then we'll start on our first Slayer task to kill 27 wolves. We'll head over to White Wolf Mountain to get the job done. This is a good opportunity to test out our new bone crossbow that we just unlocked while we work on a few more Slayer levels. Unfortunately, we don't get to earn any reward points on these first few Slayer tasks, but the Slayer XP and range levels that we get along the way are definitely a nice consolation prize. After the wolves, our next task is to take out 25 sour hogs. This is the first time I've ever really killed sour hogs on any account, and for our level, these are actually seeming to give us some decent herb and seed drops. We won't quite manage to finish up the sour hog task on day 30, but we hit total level 525 and a nice hit points upgrade at least. Day 31, we start out by focusing on more Slayer training. We hit 18 Slayer on our way to finish out that sour hog task we had started the other day. We end up grabbing one more range level as we finish out the task. Quick farming run detour. We grab a level up and actually plant our first ever herb patch. Back to Slayer training, we're assigned cave crawlers. We need to grab ourselves an anti-poison for this task. Fortunately for me, I did happen to have the ingredients sitting in the bank. Unfortunately for me, I was not as good at dodging these guys' poison as I was hoping to, so at least I get rewarded with a couple of nice level ups, because I do end up burning that whole anti-poison on one task. With a little bit of time left to burn here on day 31, I decide to move over to training a little bit of woodcutting and fletching here in Draenor Village nearby. Fletching's going to be a great future money-making method for us, and it's important to keep plugging away on the woodcutting requirement that we need for animal magnetism if we want to do that next week. Day 32's a bit of a mixed bag, but we start out by working on a little more woodcutting and fletching training in Draenor. We'll need 35 woodcutting for animal magnetism, so everything's a step in the right direction. While we're nearby, I decide to take on Pirate's Treasure. We have to smuggle some Karamjan rum back to Redbeard Frank by hiding it in a crate of bananas. We recover the rum, turn it over to Frank, and he rewards us with a key to some buried treasure. We find the treasure buried in the nearby city of Falador. We upset a gardener by digging up his flowers, but that's what you have to do to get 2 quest points around here. While we were already in Falador, I decided to burn up our little bit of rune essence on crafting some air runes. Nothing too crazy, but we ended up at rune crafting level 9. I'm definitely glad to be back to training a little bit of Slayer instead of working on my least favorite skill, rune crafting. It is a little bit messed up that we're assigned to kill dwarves, though. I mean, they're sentient. They're basically just short people. With the Slayer task complete, it's time to head over to Sears Village. I decided to go ahead and craft some bowstring, that way we can make a little bit more money off of our fletching. And we'll take a quick look at the midweek bank. Day 33, we start out with just a little bit more crafting and fletching, but the main focus is going to be on questing around the Camelot area here. First up is Murder Mystery. We're headed over to the Sinclair Mansion to search the house and collect some clues. We'll need to get fingerprints off of all the evidence, speak to the poison salesman over in town to discover who bought poison. Everybody did, but Bob's the only one who didn't use his for the stated purpose, so we end up proving that Bob's our killer. Quest complete, we're rewarded with some crafting XP. Next up is Merlin's Crystal. To free Merlin, we have to get Morgan Le Fay to tell us how she trapped him. To undo the magic binding him, we need to collect ourselves a black candle. We have to complete the Lady of the Lakes test in order to get our hands on the magical sword Excalibur, and we have to learn a magical incantation. With all of that done, we can learn the power to free Merlin and complete the quest. Quest complete, 6 quest points and the sword Excalibur. And finally, we'll wrap up with just a little bit more woodcutting. Still working towards that 35 woodcutting requirement we need for animal magnetism. Day 34, our big goal was to finish that 35 woodcutting requirement we need for animal magnetism. 30 woodcutting will let us move on to cutting willows now. There's no better place to cut willow trees than the classic Draenor Bank spot. So much fun hanging out here working on these few levels we need. I spent so much time at the Draenor Willows back in the day. With 35 woodcutting out of the way, we're ready for animal magnetism, except we still have to knock out a 31 prayer requirement, so we're headed back into the wilderness. We don't technically need 31 prayer for the quest, but we do need to get into the monastery to get a holy symbol blessed, so kind of a soft requirement for 31 prayer. Day 35, we're going to continue working on prayer, but unfortunately we fall victim to the skeletons in the boneyard first. So we'll have to hike our way back, collect another load of bones, and then go sacrifice them for our last prayer level. "31 prayer complete. That's our last skill requirement for animal magnetism. Now we just have to collect a few items. But first, a detour to the lava maze. Collecting these steel plate bodies is such a good early moneymaker for us. It's a great way to fund our magic training. We managed to collect most of an inventory of steel plate bodies here and make it most of the way out of the lava maze, but unfortunately, one of the Black Knights took us down as we were almost out. While we're waiting for our gravestone timer, might as well get the holy symbol we're gonna need for the quest. And then we have to run over to Auburn Vale to buy ourselves a mithril axe for the quest. And an adamant axe for ourselves as an upgrade while we're here. And finally, recover our steel plate bodies. It's so nice a death to hold on to those so we're still able to buy our water strike casts. Quick peek at the day 35 bank to end the week. Let's get into week 6. Week 6, we're going to start out with animal magnetism. We've had a few item requirements we've had to deal with for quests before, but animal magnetism's the first one that really stacks on a few skill and item requirements for us. Fortunately, we got most everything else taken care of last week, so we just have to get beaten up by some ham members till we get our polished buttons, and then we can head over to Draenor Manor to start the quest. Make a not-so-quick hop, skip, and a jump over to the Port Phasmatis farm, where we're going to meet Malcolm and Alice. We have to help them communicate to work out their bank pin issues together in order to get our hands on their undead chickens for the quest. Also going to need to grab ourselves some Ecto tokens. We're going to do some worship at the Ectofunctus there. And we've got our chickens in hand, so now we're headed back to go make the magnet. Just a few more steps here, and then we're finally going to have our hands on the Ava's Attractor. Have to get a blessed axe to chop down the tree. Decode the plans. And that's quest complete. A few nice lump sums of XP, got some fletching, wood cutting, and slayer levels there. Most important, however, is of course the Ava's Attractor. Ava's magical device recovers 60% of the ammunition we fire with ranged combat methods, so it's going to be a huge resource saver for us. With animal magnetism complete and Ava's Attractor on our back, we'll just finish out the hour with a little fletching and close the day with a quick look at the bank. Day 37, we'll be headed back into Mauritania, but not before we get our hands on a silver sickle that we'll need to be able to start the Nature Spirit quest. This quest takes place in the Mortmire Swamp, where the ghost of the druid Philemon Tarlock needs our help to restore his spirit to peace. To do so, we'll have to solve Philemon's puzzle/ritual, and then get our hands on a blessed sickle using the sickle we made before the quest. And lastly, collect some magical fungi in the swamp, and eventually take on 3 ghasts in combat. Alright, with the 3rd ghast down, that's quest complete. 2 quest points and some really nice XP. Crafting level up. Nice hit points and defense level ups as well. With about half of day 37 left, we'll head over to the Canifis Rooftop Agility course. We've been neglecting our agility in the last week or two, so it's time we get back out here, grab another level. I love how much faster this course is than some of the others. At least in terms of marks of grace, if not XP. Day 38 started out with another session on the Canifis Agility Rooftop course. Gonna keep working on finishing off level 44 from yesterday. And it just feels wrong to leave it at 44, so stick around for one more level. Knock out 45 agility there. Then we'll make a quick detour to trade in our cat for 200 more death runes. Gotta keep building the stack. And then we'll grab the items we're going to need for the Death Plateau quest. Plus, we'll make ourselves a quick little Sapphire Games necklace so we have easy transport to and from Berthorpe. Detour over to the Rogue's Den, where we're going to grab our first piece of the Graceful outfit, the Graceful Hood. Each piece of the Graceful outfit reduces your weight and increases your run energy regen, so it's going to be a huge upgrade for us whenever we can get our hands on a piece of Graceful. With that out of the way, it's time to finally get started on the Death Plateau quest. We're tasked with helping the Imperial Guard here in Berthorpe with 2 separate tasks. First, we have to recover the password for the armory from Harold here by getting him drunk in typical Old School RuneScape fashion. And now that we've got the passcode, we can go ahead, solve the weird little ball puzzle to unlock the armory. And then carry on with our second task of discovering a secret route up to the Death Plateau where the trolls are hiding. We'll need to bring Tenzig his spiked boots as well as some supplies for the winter. And then we can share his secret route with the Imperial Guard to complete the quest. 3000 attack XP brings us to level 40, unlocking the ability to wield rune weaponry going forward. We also unlock the climbing boots, a really nice footwear upgrade that gives us +2 melee strength. Day 39, we run over to Wizard's Tower for a quick magic gear upgrade, the blue robe top. Or at least that's how it was supposed to go. Kill a few wizards for a 1 in 18 drop, then move on to some magic training. Unfortunately, it's not quite what I experienced. But on the bright side, we do grab a few nice range levels along the way here. .37 ranged. And a nice prayer level up as well. Oh my god, there it is. We're finally done. Fortunately, we secured our robe top upgrade, even if it did take us 5 times drop rate with 93 kills. Next up, we're headed over to the Waterfall Dungeon to fight the fire giants there. We'll be using Water Strike to take advantage of their elemental weakness so we can do double damage. And these guys do provide some nice combat training along the way, mostly on our magic, but the real thing we're after here is going to be that Rune Scimitar drop at a 1 in 128 rarity. Unfortunately, no Rune Scimitar drop today, but we did get some nice magic XP, so I can't complain too much. Quick look at the midweek bank. Day 40, we're back in the Waterfall Dungeon, loaded up on Water Strikes and hunting for our Rune Scimitar again. Grab a nice hit points level up along the way. Always love some more survivability for all of our training. Keep working on the magic XP as well. Now, we saw on the Fire Giant drop table that they have 2 weapons at a 1 in 128 rarity. The Rune Scimitar, which is what we're looking for, and the Fire Battle Staff, which if you'll remember, we actually already picked one up on our first trip to the Fire Giants. So, we're hoping really just to see that Rune Scimitar drop, not another one of the Battle Staves, but ultimately, can't complain too much about getting a nice drop. We can always sell those staves for a little bit of money too. And just like I had said, we actually do see another Fire Battle Staff today. So, like we said, it's another 1 in 128, but we'll soldier on tomorrow. We're now a day and a half in to the 1 hour Ironman grind for a Rune Scimitar here at the Fire Giants, but we're not giving up hope yet. We'll just keep taking in our magic and our prayer XP as we go, grab a little hit points along the way too, that's always nice. Big bones from these fire giants are definitely a step up for our prayer training when it comes to comparing to those cows we started on and the Slayer monsters we were doing before. What's that? A 1 in 128 drop? It couldn't possibly be a 3rd Fire Battle Staff, could it? Oh, wait, it is. Well, I guess we'll just keep plugging along, working towards that Rune Scimitar drop, hopefully. Well, we didn't have any luck on day 41 with the Rune Scimitar hunt, so we're back on day 42. Gonna use up our last 300 or so casts of Water Strike for the day. Even if we don't end up with our Rune Scimitar drop this week, it's definitely a really nice foundation we're building here for our magic level going forward. Those herb drops we're seeing from the Fire Giants aren't so bad either. Every bit of Herblore XP we can bank up now is going to help us out later. With our Water Strikes depleted, I decided to head over and take on the Misthalin Mystery quest. This is a short investigation-style detective quest that takes place in a mansion that looks suspiciously like the Draenor Manor, but apparently is on an instanced island somewhere in the Gielinor Seas. We'll watch the legally distinct serial killer that's definitely not based on the guy from Scream, take out a few more victims, solve a couple of puzzles, and watch a few cutscenes. All of the little puzzles we've completed and keys we've found have led us deeper into the mansion where we finally take out the killer. We discover it's Abigail and Huey, the couple that actually gave us the quest. With them defeated, that's Misthalin Mystery complete. And we'll move on to grab a quick little upgrade to finish out the week. I figured if we couldn't get our hands on a Rune Scimitar, what better thing to substitute than an Adamant Scimitar? Makes for a decent consolation prize to end the week. Take a peek at the week 6 stats, with the big highlight being the 19 magic levels we gained. And a look at the bank to end the week. Let's jump right into week 7. We kicked off the hour on day 43, finishing our Bear Slayer task that we had started last week.
Nothing too crazy, but a little Slayer XP is always nice, and it's a nice little combat warm-up for what's going to come next. Alright, with our Slayer task done, we're going to be headed back over to Lumbridge now to start the new Ides of Milk quest. In this quest, we have to help Cassius learn the Groats' secrets of animal husbandry. Of course, those are naturally to keep your animals happy, don't get too greedy, and commit tax fraud? We'll relay what we've learned to Cassius and try some very sketchy milk. Then we have to head over to Duke Horatio to try and get a permit, but he sends us to talk to the Groats family. Apparently they have a legal monopoly on milk, but they're willing to give us a permit if we take out this aggressive bull Brutus that's in their field. Alright, that's Brutus down. Once we get Cassius up to speed, that's quest complete. We have access to fight the Brutus boss in the future, and the new Cowbell Amulet. The amulet's pretty awesome. If we charge it with air runes, it gives us cheap teleports to the Lumbridge cow pen. We also grab a lamp that rewards us with 1,000 combat XP of our choice. Of course, we're going to go with prayer. And now that we have access to Brutus, of course, we're going to go take him on a few times. So he's got a couple of special attacks, one where he rears up and hits the ground around him in an AoE, and another where he does a charge attack. Other than that, if you can dodge those, he's really easy to beat. I was actually having a lot of fun fighting Brutus, so I decided to just keep at it for a good chunk of the hour. And then I noticed we didn't have a pet kitten, so I had to go correct that. Of course, we've got to keep training our next stack of 200 death runes. We've got to always be building that stack. Hardly a world record, but new 42nd Brutus personal record. And with a quick peek at the day 43 bank there. Brutus has a couple of unique new drops. He's got a 1 in 1,000 chance to unlock the Beef Pet, a 1 in 30 chance at the new Muletta, which is basically a steel defender, the Bottomless Milk Bucket, and cosmetic slippers available, so it's definitely worth our time to keep killing him for a while, so that's what we'll be doing today on hour 44. $25 defense. Oh my god! Oh, hell yeah! That's the defender! As you saw, we got our Muletta at 34 KC, which I'll admit at the time I didn't know was right on drop rate, but it was soon followed by 2 more, and a Bottomless Milk Bucket drop. Then I got a notification that I would have received another clue scroll if I didn't already have too many in the bank, so gonna detour to knock those out. Oh, Rune Sim Ornament Kit. That's cool. Now I really want to get that Rune Scimitar. Another casket, alright. Okay, nothing crazy, just some steel. Can't argue with that though, that's a little bit of money for sure. Then we'll try out that handy new Cowbell Amulet teleport to make our way back over to Brutus. We'll finish out the rest of the hour with just a few more Brutus kills. No super crazy loot, but that's okay. We end the hour with 53 kills on Brutus. Day 45, we'll be taking a bit of a break from Brutus. We're actually going to start the hour by grabbing the items we're going to need for the Elemental Shield quest. Make a quick farming run detour on our way, grab level 16. Then head over to Seer's Village to start the quest. It's a pretty simple one. We learn a bit of lore about the Elemental Workshop that was created early in the 5th Age. Then we have to run around the workshop and repair a bunch of different facilities. The place is basically a giant forge that was used for crafting elemental equipment. And with the quest complete, we're rewarded with a bit of XP, an elemental shield, and the ability to craft a replacement if we ever lose ours. We grab a couple of level ups from the quest XP, which actually enables a nice ranged upgrade with the coif. Take a look at our new shield there.
And since the new elemental shield is our best in slot ranged shield, of course we're going to have to head over to test our luck at the Fire Giant Casino, see if we can't get lucky on a Rune Scimitar drop to go with that ornament kit we earned. And even if we don't get lucky on the drops, at least some hit points and prayer levels always make it worth our time. The magic XP from all these water strikes isn't too bad, but it could definitely be better. In the future, we're going to have to save up some more GP so we can get our hands on a bunch of Chaos runes, upgrade ourselves to Water Bolt to speed things up. End day 45 with a quick look at the midweek bank. Day 46, we're back at the Fire Giants, trying our luck for that Rune Scimitar, but unfortunately today we're suffering from what I'm calling the Battle Staff Curse. But we'll get into that a bit later. For now, at least we're having fun killing some Fire Giants and getting some good magic XP in the meantime. God damn it. Another Fire Battle Staff. Now, if you didn't catch it last time when we were fighting these guys, the reason I don't sound so excited is because they have two 1 in 128 drops there. As you saw, they dropped the Fire Battle Staff and the Rune Scimitar at the same drop rate. And that's our 4th Fire Battle Staff. Oh my god, another Fire Battle Staff? Are you serious? And make that our 5th Fire Battle Staff. That one definitely stings, but at least we can sell those for some decent GP. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't feeling a bit demoralized by this point, but we decided to stick it out and just finish the hour on a few more Fire Giant kills. Switching gears a little bit, we'll spend way too long collecting dies from Aggie here in Draenor Village. Then we'll make another trip over to Mauritania so we can take on a new quest. But first we have to process some bones here at the Ectofuntus, so that way we've got some Ecto tokens for Ghosts Ahoy. And then we can get started on the quest. We have to run back and forth between Valerina and Necrovarus a few times, and then head over to talk to the old crone that we met when we did Animal Magnetism. Fight a weird giant lobster that's apparently living in this chest that's significantly smaller than the lobster was. Recover a piece of a map. Find the other pieces of the map as we go through and restore the little toy ship for the old crone's son. And that map will tell us where to find Necrovarus' book that we need for the ritual for the old crone. Now we just need a translation manual for the book. We have to beat Robin in 4 games of Rune Draw, but unfortunately he managed to beat me 11 times before I got that done to get the translation manual. Day 48, we start our career in political activism as we work on finishing up Ghosts Ahoy. We have to collect 10 petition signatures to try and convince Necrovarus to let the departed ghosts living in town pass on to the next life. Unfortunately, he refuses, but he does drop the key that we need to get our hands on his robes, which was really what we were after. It was the last ingredient for the ritual. Now we can force him to let them pass on. And quest complete for 2400 prayer XP. Lets us jump right up to level 36. Of course, the big highlight is the Ectophile. Gives us free, unlimited teleports to the Ectofuntus from now on. Since we were already here in Mauritania, I decided to run over to Canifis. Might as well work on our agility level a little bit here. Level 46. Unfortunately, the levels are starting to slow down as we're getting closer to level 50, but on the bright side, this course is still a great source of marks of grace. We end up with 15 just today. Day 49, I decided to just start out by finishing up level 47 agility. It ended up literally just taking us 1 lap to finish it. There we go. With 47 agility done, our cat fully grown, we'll go ahead and trade him in for 200 death runes, pick up a new kitten, then run over to start Below Ice Mountain. This is a bit of a heist quest, where we're convinced by Willow to assemble a band of, well, bandits for her, under the guise that we've been told that we're assembling a group of archaeologists. We have to recruit somebody from Barbarian Village by showing our strength to them. Our next recruitee can be found hanging out in a graveyard, which is a bit weird, but we only need to make him a steak sandwich, so at least that's not too hard. And the dwarf, the explosives expert, just requires us to beat him in a game of rock, paper, scissors, but in typical RuneScape fashion, he's drunk enough that it doesn't really matter what we do. Alright, so the team broke us into the dungeon here, but we're immediately scared off when they saw the golem. We just have to mine these 4 columns and he'll die, and that'll be quest complete. We're rewarded with 2,000 coins and access to the ruins of Camdozal, where I decide to spend the rest of the hour just training my fishing. And then close out the hour with a look at the day 49 bank. And our stats, how they've grown throughout the week. Nothing too crazy, but we did manage to hit 40 attack and strength, which is definitely a nice baseline for our melee combat. We kick off the week with Shield of Arav, one of our last remaining free-to-play quests. In this quest, we're tasked with hunting down a missing artifact for the King of Varrock, the Shield of Arav. It's been stolen by 2 different criminal gangs in the city, so we have to infiltrate one and find a partner to infiltrate the other. Fortunately for me, I do have another Ironman account that still needs to complete the quest, so that makes things easy. We just go and collect the certificate from our alternate account and from the curator at the museum, can turn them into the king, and that'll be quest complete. No big XP rewards from this one, but that's okay. The important part is that we only have Dragon Slayer to go to complete free-to-play. With Dragon Slayer in our sights, everything we do this week is going to be focused on that goal. I've got a few things I want to knock out first so that we're better prepared for the quest, with the first on the list being an upgrade to our food source. Right now, our best food is either salmon or cooked T-bone steaks, which both heal 9 HP. Upgrading to lobsters will allow us to carry a lot more healing potential in our inventory, with 12 HP per lobster instead of the 9 from the other options. I'm not sure how much damage we'll take from Elvarg during Dragon Slayer, but I know I'd rather have too much food than not enough. And just a quick look at the day 50 bank to end the day. Now, we said our goal was to get an upgrade to lobsters for our food source, but that means getting 40 cooking and 40 fishing, so we can both collect and cook the lobsters. 35 fishing lets us take on Temperos for a new fishing training method in the future. And we're closing in on 40 cooking. There we go. That lets us actually cook the lobsters, but we still need a couple more fishing levels. Now that we've got the cooking requirement out of the way, might as well try out Temperos. This is a fun little minigame / skilling boss where we have to work with other players and the spirit anglers to tame the Temperos. Some sort of sentient magical storm thing? I don't know. Honestly, I didn't read all of the lore. I just know that it gives us good fishing XP and some decent rewards. So, here we are. That's one Temperos down, and we should have time today to knock out another 1 or 2. Unfortunately, we didn't quite manage to finish off 40 fishing, but we do get some decent supplies as rewards. Day 52, we're starting out with one more game of Temperos. Fortunately, we're super close to 40 fishing, so it literally does just take us one game here. So far, I'm definitely enjoying Temperos. The rewards are pretty good, and it seems to be pretty fun to me. What's more fun is getting 40 fishing, though. that lets us finally move on to getting some lobsters. So we're headed over to Catherby, the OG fishing guild. It's been so long since I tried fishing lobsters with this low of a fishing level, I honestly forgot how painful this was. Fortunately for us, we really don't need that many lobsters to be able to take on Dragon Slayer and set us up with at least a few extras in the bank. I think I'm just going to go for about 50 lobsters cooked and in the bank, and then I'll be happy with it. Love the cooking XP along the way. And with our goal of 50 plus lobsters out of the way, and a few minutes left, I decided to head over and try and take on a couple of the Zamorak warriors. Somebody had commented on one of my previous videos that these guys are a much better source of the Rune Scimitar, so decided to see if we could just get lucky. Like I said, they're a much better source of the Rune Scimitar. Like, a lot better. They drop it at a rate of 1 in 50 instead of 1 in 128, like the fire giants we fought for hours. So with that in mind, I decided, what better place to work on our next goal of 40 ranged than killing a bunch of these Zamorak warriors? It just seems like an obvious choice. We'll work on getting the ranged XP we need to go ahead and get ourselves our next upgrade, while also getting a chance at a nice Rune Scimitar drop. It's looking like ranged is the better choice for these guys anyway. We got absolutely dumpstered when we ran in here yesterday with an Ides Scimitar, but it's going a lot better with a crossbow and a little bit of distance now. Well, we didn't quite hit 40 ranged, but take a quick look at the day 53 bank anyway. Day 54, we're going to start out by just quickly finishing out that 40 ranged goal. And with that done, we'll finally be able to get our next combat gear upgrade with some green D-hide chaps and vambraces. 40 range done, we're going on to the next goal. 37 prayer to let us unlock the Protect from Magic prayer. This will be our first overhead protection prayer, and it'll help us survive the Dragonfire attack from Elvarg a little bit better. There we go. 37 prayer, that's Protect from Magic unlocked. That's going to be huge for us going forward, but it'll be even better when we unlock the other two overheads. Got ourselves the Coif upgrade. Now we can go buy the green D-hide chaps and vambraces. Now that we've got our last few combat equipment upgrades out of the way and we're looking like an absolute stud in our ranged gear, we can work on getting the few items that we need for the quest. This requires a little bit of running around, nothing too crazy though. Got a little bit of time left in the hour, so I might as well trade in our cat, grab a new kitten, and get a start on Dragon Slayer. We'll go ahead and get a little bit of lore from Oziak, who tells us to fight the dragon of Crandor. And then chat with the Guildmaster, who tells us more about Crandor and where to find the 3 different map pieces that we need to find the island. The first 2 map pieces are pretty easy. This first one's extremely easy since we already prepped all the items. We basically just have to go grab it out of the chest. The second one, we just have to go jump over and kill this goblin, and then grab it off of his corpse. The third map piece gets a little more complicated. We have to fight our way through Melzar's maze, fighting ascendingly more difficult monsters as we go to collect keys and work our way towards Melzar the Mad. Once we kill Melzar, we can head into the next room and take on the final boss. No, don't.
Oh, I fucked it. God damn it.
That is, unless you're completely incompetent like me and you have to do the maze twice. But we still managed to get our hands on the third map piece. Now we just have to go get an anti-dragon shield from the Duke of Lumbridge. Buy a ship and apparently some dude. repair it, and then recruit a captain to take us to Crandor. After surviving an attack from Elvarg and the subsequent shipwreck, unlike our homie cabin boy Jenkins, we'll take on Elvarg. And with that, everything we've been working towards comes to fruition. Elvarg is dead, and Dragon Slayer's complete. We get some nice strength and defense XP, and more importantly, the ability to equip rune plate bodies once we get about 85k. With a little time left after Dragon Slayer, I decided what better way to relax than working on a little more agility training. With just one more day left in the week after completing Dragon Slayer, I decided we'll just keep things a little more relaxed. Just gonna go ahead and work on a little more agility training. After our first agility level of the session, we're rewarded with a little bit of luck. We get a lamp that gives us another herblore level. Over 200 laps in on the Canifis agility course, I think we've got to get pretty close now to getting maybe our next piece of Graceful. I guess we'll have to check the bank when we're done today and see where we're at on Marks of Grace. Okay, quick look at the Week 8 bank. 59 Marks of Grace, so definitely pretty close to getting an upgrade there. Look at the stats, nothing too crazy. We're starting off the week back at the Canifis Rooftop Agility course, finishing off our push towards 50 agility. This has been a long time coming, but it'll be a really nice upgrade for our run energy. There it is, level 50 agility. Like we said, that's going to be huge for our run energy regen, but it does also unlock the Falador Rooftop course for us. We also had enough Marks of Grace saved up to splurge on another piece of Graceful, this time the top. And with about half of our hour session left on day 57, I decided to head back over to the Zamorak Warriors and see if we couldn't get lucky on the Rune Scimitar drop. And even if we don't, 40 defense makes it time well spent. That unlocks Rune Armor as well as the Green D'hide top for us. Oh, there it is! We finally got the Rune Scimitar. Alright, after a lot of hunting, there it is. We finally have our Rune Sim. As you can see, it took us 60 Zamorak Warriors, and we went over 260 Fire Giants dry on it. But the important thing is we have the Rune Scimitar now, and with a few minutes left in the hour, I decided to just relax and AFK filling the milk bucket. And we'll close day 57 with a quick peek at the bank. Day 58, it's time to finally get into the meat and potatoes. Or should I say, dirty blast and rotten tomatoes. Well, you get the point. We're finally starting on Recipe for Disaster. The intro is pretty quick. It's basically a more complicated version of Cook's Assistant. We just have to run around and grab a few ingredients. And there we go. We score ourselves an invitation to the feast, and after meeting all of the secret council in Lumbridge, we realized that we accidentally helped the cook unleash an evil magician. Fortunately, the gypsy heiress arrives and saves the day by freezing time, but we're left having to save each of the individual council members. First up, the goblin generals. This one's pretty easy, so it seemed like a good first quest to start with. We just have to go meet Mudknuckles, the cook in the Goblin Village, give him a few ingredients, and he'll make a lovely bowl of slop of compromise for us. Just use it on the generals, and there we go, our first subquest complete. Some nice XP, and a farming level up. Next up, we have to save the Mountain Dwarf by making him a rock cake. First up, we have to learn how to make a secret ale that the dwarves apparently love, because in typical old school RuneScape fashion, we'll be getting somebody drunk during this quest. Once we get Rohak sufficiently tipsy, he gives us our rock cake. We just have to cool it down by killing an ice fiend. And there we go, freeing the mountain dwarf complete. And a slayer level up for our troubles. Start out day 59 by trading in a cat for some death runes. Then we have to mine some coal to get ready for the Elemental Workshop 2 quest. This is a pretty straightforward puzzle-based quest that sends us back to the Elemental Workshop in Seer's Village. Very similar to the first Elemental Workshop quest, just a little longer. But it does give us some nice crafting XP, which is ultimately what we're after. We need to hit level 42 crafting to be ready for our next RFD subquest. Alright, we just have to finish up crafting the Mind Bar, run downstairs and imbue it. And there we go, quest complete, 7,500 crafting XP. Jumps us up to level 40, so just 2 levels to go. We'll be blowing glass here in Port Phasmatis for our last couple levels, buying soda ash and sand from the trader ships, smelting it here at the furnace, blowing the glass and depositing it in the bank. Probably should have checked the wiki, but from what I was able to see with a quick glance around the map at least, this seemed like a really good spot to train crafting. There it is, level 42 crafting. That'll let us make the fishbowl that we need for our next subquest. And we'll need a couple of bronze wires for the next quest as well, so just going to close out the hour mining a little bit of copper and tin. Day 60, we're back to working on Recipe for Disaster. Just have to finish grabbing a few items for the Pirate Pete subquest first. The Pirate Pete subquest has always been my favorite part of RFD, I don't know about you guys. To save our new friend Pirate Pete, we have to make him a fish cake. Most of the ingredients are pretty easy to get, but to get the kelp and giant crab meat, we actually have to go diving under the seas of Gielinor with a really cool scuba rig. Once we collect 5 Mudskipper skins for the Mogre, we're able to get our giant crab meat and cook our crab cakes. This one gives us a nice mix of XP and another quest point. Next up, we have to take on Big Chompy bird hunting. It's a requirement for our next subquest. Fortunately, this one's pretty straightforward as well. Well, at least as long as you can understand what Rance the Ogre is telling you. We just have to make him some special ogre arrows so he can hunt himself a chompy bird for dinner. Then we have to go grab his ogre bellows to inflate the swamp toads to use to bait the birds. Once we successfully hunt and then cook the chompy bird for Rance, that's quest complete. We're rewarded with some really odd quantities of XP. Figured I'd stick around after the quest and try and get another chompy bird, but unfortunately all I did was lose my ring of life. Day 61, we're back to Recipe for Disaster, this time rescuing Scratch, Uglogwi. We'll need another chompy bird for this one, which was why I was trying to get one when I lost my ring of life. But of course, when I checked the wiki for the requirements on this quest, I missed the 20 fire making, so we have to make a quick detour for that. 10 fire making. Unfortunately, I was only at 9 when I started, so we're still having to start out with normal logs. 15 fire making lets us move on to burning oak logs, which will definitely speed things up for us. There we go, 20 fire making out of the way. Now we can get back to helping Scratch, now that we can use the iron spit. Alright, we just have to cook this chompy, and then we can head back over. And Rance will teach us how to catch the jubbly bird. Just need to cook that, and then we can head back and rescue Scratch. Next up is the Lumbridge guide. This is one of the easiest subquests, I would say. We can buy literally every item we need from the chest downstairs, and then we just have to go do a little bit of trivia time over in the Wizard's Tower. Finish up with a little memory matching game. And then we can make the Cake of Guidance and rescue the Lumbridge guide. Alright, we've rescued 5 of the Secret Council members. That leaves only 3 remaining, and lets us get our hands on the Mithril Glove upgrade. It might not sound like much, but it's a big step forward for the account, and our first step towards the Barrow's Gloves. Day 62, we're taking a step back from Recipe for Disaster to work on a couple of prerequisite quests. Once we finish collecting a few items we're gonna need, we're headed into the desert to the ruins of Uzer. Once there, we can get started on the Golem quest. First, we have to repair the clay golem, then we can explore the area a little bit, and eventually make our way over to the dig site to learn more about the area. Go on our own little national treasure adventure to steal something from the museum. Once we return it to its rightful place, we do a little more running around, and that's really going to be quest complete. 1000 crafting and thieving XP gets us a nice thieving level up. And then we can move right on to Shadow of the Storm. Shadow of the Storm is a bit of a continuation of Demon Slayer, hence why we need to bring Silverlight with us. It also serves to introduce us to Evil Dave. We have to infiltrate the evil cult in order to make sure that they're not able to summon a demon. Well, we get tricked into helping them summon a demon, but it turns out that we were actually tricked into helping them banish a demon. So next we have to re-summon him with the help of these 3 others, and then we'll finally be able to fight the demon Agrithnar. Unfortunately, I came nowhere near prepared enough the first time, so I have to teleport out, re-gear, and grab more food. Fortunately for me, it goes quite a bit better the second time. We get to choose our combat XP reward. Of course, I'm going for magic. Day 63, we should be moving on to the Evil Dave subquest, but unfortunately, my kitten just isn't quite grown, and that quest is just painful without a fully grown cat. So, as a consolation prize, I decided to run over and get myself a nice adamant plate body for a gear upgrade. Then I decided to just relax for the rest of the hour and work on some woodcutting and fire making. It's something we're definitely going to need to do. Both of those skills have requirements that we're nowhere near yet to be able to finish up all of Recipe for Disaster. Of course, they're also far from the only skills that we're going to need to work on in order to be able to complete RFD and all of its prerequisites. 30 fire making there, that'll let us move on to willow logs. Finally clear out the ones I've had in the bank. 35 fire making already. I wish everything in this game went by as quick as early fire making levels. Week 9 bank is looking pretty good, starting to get a nice stock of herbs going. And our stats aren't looking too bad either. We cracked 750 total level this week. Last week, we made quite a bit of progress in Recipe for Disaster. We were able to finish out the first 5 subquests and get our hands on the Mithril Gloves. But we ended up getting bottlenecked by our kitten. To complete the next Recipe for Disaster subquest, we need to have not only the stews we're making right now, but also a fully grown cat. And unfortunately, I'm still waiting on mine. I decided to make the best of the downtime and head over to Catherby for a little bit of cooking and fishing training. As we start pushing into harder quests and bigger challenges down the road, it's going to continue to be important to have better food as we go. Lobsters have served us well so far. They helped us make it through the Elvarg fight, but unfortunately, they just aren't going to cut it long term. $45 cooking's a big unlock. That lets us cook swordfish as well as meat pizzas now. Fortunately, our cat is now fully grown and ready to go for RFD. And squeeze in a quick farming run while we're already in Catherby. And a peek at the Day 64 bank. Start out on Day 65 with a little bit more farming. and then we'll move on to the Evil Dave subquest from Recipe for Disaster. Once we make our way up to Edgeville, we learn from Evil Dave and his mom that we need to kill all of Dave's hell rats to recover the spices for the stew that we need to cook. This part's a bit annoying, and unfortunately takes a lot of trial and error. Even worse for me, I ended up being 1 dash of spice short from the absolute maximum amount of spice that you can need to make Dave's totally evil stew. A bit more brute forcing, and eventually, we do manage to get the combination down. Head back to Lumbridge, and we can rescue Evil Dave. We're rewarded with another quest point, and a nice bit of cooking XP, enough to get us a level up. More important, however, is the upgrade to the Adamant Gloves. With our last RFD subquest out of the way, or at least the last one we can complete for a little while, it's time to shift gears and start working on money making. First up, we're going to try crafting silver sickles and selling them to the shop. Now, if it's painful for you to watch me sit here and craft silver sickles instead of holy symbols for sale, I apologize. I just completely confused the two when I was doing the mining and crafting and made sickles. I know holy symbols are worth more. Unfortunately, I didn't realize my error when I was recording day 66 either, so we're going to continue building our silver sickle empire today. At least we're getting some solid mining and crafting XP as we're going. A little bit of smithing as well. If you guys know any other good money makers that we can do, aside from switching from sickles to holy symbols, let me know. I am definitely down to try out any of your guys' suggestions for good early Ironman moneymakers. Definitely not the most exciting gameplay in the world, but at least it's getting us some slow and steady progress towards that rune plate body goal for the week. The rune plate body itself sits at over 84k, and I definitely still want to have a little bit of GP left over so we can get runes and other gear in the future. With over 200 sickles in the bank, I decided it was time to move on, but not before we grab a free XP lamp and an herb lore level. Our next money-making method is the only one that I've really used on the account so far. It's how I funded all of the runes I've used for magic training. That's collecting plate bodies in the lava maze in the wilderness. Day 67, we're locked into the goal on money making and headed to the lava maze. Horvik and Varrock will pay 1200 gold for these steel plate bodies, so it's definitely worth the risk that comes with being in the wilderness. With our first inventory down, we just have to survive getting down to level 20 wilderness so we can teleport out, and then rinse and repeat the process. Now, in my opinion, it's already bad enough that we're having to spend time in the wilderness. As a lifelong skiller and hater of all things PKing, I'm just definitely not a fan of any time I have to be in the wilderness. It's even worse because we're not actually gaining any XP with this money-making method. We're just collecting the plate bodies. Once we've got enough plate bodies banked up to afford our rune plate body upgrade, it's time to move on to working on upgrading the money-making method itself. We need something reliable that's going to earn us GP while also giving us some decent XP. I really don't even care in what skill. We were able to collect 4 inventories of steel plate bodies on day 67 in total, just had to finish the last minute or two of running out of the wilderness. With our loot securely in the bank, we can turn to the real focus for day 68, working towards Wintertodt. We just need to hit 50 firemaking, then we can give it a shot. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Wintertodt going to be a great longer-term source of money, as well as a lot of great skilling materials that we're going to need to get our hands on anyway, so it's definitely something we're going to want to unlock. Ooh, bird's nest, nice. Got sapphire ring. Oh my god, is that another bird's nest? That's insane. I just had to include that last clip. I've never seen two bird's nests drop that close together. I checked, and it was less than 20 seconds apart. 41 woodcutting there would normally be a pretty big upgrade level, as it lets you get the rune axe, but the problem for us is actually getting our hands on one. The only way I really know of to get one is from the woodcutting guild, or we could try killing nature spirits, but we'd have to unlock fairy rings for that first. Well, our focus is really on the fire making, but we're actually getting some decent woodcutting levels today, too. And of course, we have to make time for a farming run when we're nearby. 20 farming is a nice reward. We also had a few acorns in the bank, so I figured I better grab some pots for those. Day 69, we're back on the woodcutting and fire making grind. At least we get to hang out and drain our village. Still one of my favorite spots in the game. Yesterday, we got our first few acorns planted into saplings, but soon we're going to get to realize some massive gains on our farming training because of that. Instead of the couple dozen XP we're getting from our low-level allotments, we're actually going to get over 460 XP per sapling. 45 woodcutting there, that lets us cut maple trees now. And 45 fire making lets us burn the maple logs. Of course, we won't get to actually harvest our oak trees today, but we can get the first few saplings in the ground. Then we can move on to spending the last chunk of the hour world hopping to sell our plate bodies and sickles, just a few at a time. 133k might not sound like too much, but it's definitely the most I've ever had on this account. And of course, like any financially responsible adult who just got their first big payday, we're gonna go spend it all on a rune plate body. And a green d'hide body. That's two massive combat gear upgrades for us, and a huge style upgrade as well. The shopping spree took a lot out of me. I couldn't think of a better way to recover than a little bit of a farming field trip. And a quick vacation to Kourend to knock out the Client of Kourend quest. This is a pretty quick and easy one. We just have to run around to each of the houses of Great Kourend and speak to the shopkeepers, then back to Veas. This quest really just serves as an intro to the region, with each shopkeeper telling you a bit about that house's lore, as well as what you can do in that area. Of course, nothing's ever easy where Veas is concerned, so we have to run over to the Dark Altar as well. It was well worth it though, because we get 2 XP lamps, and not 1, but 2 herb lore levels. Quick farming detour on our way, grab 21 farming. And then we can finally head over to Sears Village, get a little bit of a change of scenery while we're doing our woodcutting and fire making. Sears Village is another long-time favorite location of mine. It's kind of the OG woodcutting guild. I've spent a lot of time here over the years. Alright, a quick look at the stat gains for week 10. And the bank to round it out. Day 71, we're kicking off the week with some farming runs. I've noticed that farming's going to be a limiting factor for us with quest requirements going forward, so I figure it's best to start on it now and get those levels coming in soon. Fortunately for us, these early farming levels still come pretty quick, especially with the upgrade to starting to do our first tree runs now. These oak trees have been a huge upgrade for us, giving us hundreds of XP per tree instead of the dozens that we were getting from the allotments we've been doing. Of course, we're not giving up the allotments either. And with our farming runs out of the way, we're headed over to Sears Village to work on some woodcutting and firemaking training today. We're still working towards the 50 firemaking requirement to unlock Wintertodt, and I figured what better place to train than Sears Village. Now, I haven't checked the exact XP rates, but I think that chopping and burning these maples is technically a little bit slower than sticking with the willow trees, but it's just so nostalgic to be back here. Sears Village is definitely one of my top places to train woodcutting and firemaking. I know it's more efficient to just train at Wintertodt, which is what most people do, and it's what I'm working towards, but it's just so much fun to be here for the early levels. Do you guys have a favorite place to train woodcutting and firemaking? For the early levels, do you prefer Draenor, Sears, or somewhere else? Alright, one last woodcutting level to close out the hour, and a quick look at the Day 71 bank. Day 72, we're still here in Sears. We've got just 2 more levels to go on our firemaking before we can head off to try out Wintertodt. It's definitely fun training here in Sears Village, but I am looking forward to the rewards we can pull down from Wintertodt. It's a great source for different skilling training materials, but honestly at this point, I'm really just looking forward to tree seeds and more food. Alright, 50 firemaking there. That's Wintertodt unlocked, as well as the ability to burn mahogany logs. Well, we got the level requirement out of the way, but we actually still have one more thing we have to do before we can head over to Wintertodt, and that's find ourselves some sort of warm clothing. Right now I'm digging up the Clue Hunter outfit, because that's an easy-to-find source for any Ironman. It's definitely essential to have some kind of warm clothing for Wintertodt, as it helps to mitigate the crazy amount of cold damage you otherwise take. With our warm clothes on our back, we're ready to head into Wintertodt, start chopping roots, fletching it into kindling, and eventually feeding it into the brazier, all while we're trying to survive the cold damage that we're taking. And then we profit! We get some huge firemaking XP rewards, and each reward crate gives us a couple of chances to roll at a supply drop table, and maybe even get lucky on some pyromancer gear. I would love to get my hands on any of the pyromancer pieces early on, as any piece is going to help boost our XP rates just a little bit. Every little bit does help. Day 73, we're back at Wintertodt. Now, I actually remembered to turn on the Entity Hider plugin today on Day 73 when I was recording as well, so fortunately, we're not getting lost in a sea of other players right now. I feel like it's so hard to keep track of where your player's at and how much damage you're taking from the cold in Wintertodt if you don't have the Entity Hider on. Couple of fletching levels, and we're already up to 56 firemaking. Definitely a productive day. I'm definitely enjoying the Wintertodt experience so far. It's a pretty fun gameplay loop, and it's definitely a lot more engaging than just clicking and watching myself chop a maple tree. And 59 firemaking there to close out the hour. We'll go ahead and pick up all of our loot for the day, including a pair of warm gloves. Now, technically this is not a piece of the pyromancer gear, as it does not give you the XP bonus. On day 74, we're starting out with just a little more firemaking training here at Wintertodt before we get back onto the questing grind. Questing is important, but it just feels wrong to leave firemaking at 59 and leave. I just have to stick around for one more level. And a fletching level, little bonus along the way. And there we go, our goal for 60 firemaking. And sticking around paid off, we got the Pyromancer top today. That'll be a nice XP boost. Next up is the Lost City quest, an absolutely iconic members quest that introduces the fairy city of Zanaris. The leprechaun there directs us over to the holy island of Entrana. We have to kill a zombie to get an axe. Once we sneak past the greater demons and try to chop the tree, we have to fight the tree spirit. Alright, with the tree spirit defeated, we can finally chop a Dramen branch, and I decided better grab several extras. With our new Dramen staff, we can head over to Zanaris and finally complete the Lost City quest. It might not be today, but we'll be back for our first dragon weapon. Next up, we're taking on Fairy Tale 1. We start out by running around to speak with 5 different gardeners to hear what they think might be causing the disruption with crops. Somehow, fairies are the most reasonable explanation, so we're actually headed back to Zenaris to continue our investigation. There, we learn that the Fairy Queen has fallen ill, and it's up to us to rescue her. Now, this next part could be a huge derail for our account, because we're going to be told to collect 3 random items. Fortunately for us, we only need to get our hands on an oyster and some charcoal, and I think I actually have a red vine worm left in the bank. Day 75, we're starting out by grabbing the oyster we need from fishing in Catherby, then the red vine worm from the bank, and a charcoal from the jungle store. With our 3 ingredients collected, we can get our secateurs enchanted, gear up, and go take on the Tanglefoot. Unfortunately, we do have to use the secateurs to damage it. We can't bring our rune scimitar. There we go, with the Tanglefoot defeated, we can return the Queen's secateurs, complete the quest, get a nice farming level for our troubles. Speaking of farming levels, gotta keep them coming. I haven't been the best about keeping up with farming runs, but at least these trees are speeding things up a bit. After our farming detour, we're jumping right into Fairy Tale 2 to unlock the fairy rings. Thankfully, we don't actually have to fully complete the quest to unlock the fairy rings, which is good for us, because I don't have all of the required stats to actually complete the entire quest. And just like that, we have fairy rings unlocked. That really changes everything for how we get around the world now. I decided to stick with the quest at least until we hit a stage where we can't actually progress any further. And it doesn't take long until we run into a wall that's requiring 40 thieving, so figure might as well go ahead and train thieving for a little while. Day 76, we're starting out by stealing from the fruit stalls in Hosidius. It's pretty straightforward. Once we trap the 2 dogs beside the stall, we just kinda click mash until we get a level up. Unfortunately, most of the fruit that we're stealing isn't actually worth doing anything with. The purple strange fruits are great, those can restore some run energy for us. And the Golovana tops are worth keeping as well, because we can use those to make botanical pies later. 38 thieving lets us pickpocket master farmers, which will definitely be coming in handy. Then we'll pay a visit to the estate agent next door and pick up our keys to our player-owned home. We won't be doing much with it yet, but at least now we can gain construction XP from repairing the brazier in Wintertodt. Level 40 thieving there. That'll let us both pickpocket guards, as well as continue and do at least a few more steps on Fairy Tale 2 when we get back to it. And with just a bit of time left, we might as well make the best of it, plant our first ever fruit tree, and continue on with a bit more farming. Day 77, we get to really take advantage of our fairy rings for the first time on our way to go start the Jungle Potion quest. Jungle Potion's a really simple and pretty quick quest. We just have to run around the area here and collect 5 different herbs. We end up taking forever to collect this last rogue's purse, but our patience is rewarded with quest complete and an herb lore level. That's a big one. Every time we unlock a new herb, it speeds up our herb lore training going forward, too. Next, we're headed up to Varrock to start the dig site quest. With our letter from the Varrock Museum curator in hand, we're able to attempt, but unfortunately fail, the natural history quiz. In order to find out the correct answers, we have to collect a few items from around the dig site, and then ask these students for help. Armed with their correct answers, we're able to actually pass the level 1 exam this time. Then we just have to go repeat the process, ask the students for more help, complete level 2,
and once again ask the students for a little more help, and then we can complete level 3. Now that we're fully qualified, we can engage in a little archaeology ourselves. We end up discovering a Zeroshan talisman, and once we invent some form of Gillenorian dynamite, we basically blow our way into a Zeroshan temple underground as well. Once we recover the stone tablet from the cave, we can turn it in to the archaeological expert to complete the quest. We're rewarded with 2,000 Herblore XP and a really nice chunk of mining XP, gets us a couple level ups in each skill. And then with just a few minutes left in the week, I decided it was time to head over and pickpocket some master farmers. Might as well work on getting a nice baseline of seeds for ourselves for future farming training. And we'll end week 11 with a quick look at the stats. It's coming along nicely. And just a peek at the week 11 bank. We're kicking off day 78 with a full farming run. Trees, herbs, allotments, and even one of our very first fruit trees. There's a lot of quests with farming requirements, and it's a slow skill to train even on a normal account, let alone when you're restricted to 1 hour in-game per day. Fortunately for us, our new fruit trees and upgraded methods, combined with our fairy rings to help us get around, are making a big difference. We already jumped up 2 farming levels just today, and we unlocked the ability to farm Ranarweed, which is going to be huge for prayer potions later on. Of course, we can't start our new career as a master farmer without stealing some seeds from one first, so we have to head over to Draenor Village and work on pickpocketing for a while. These master farmers are a great source of early seeds of all types. They've pretty much got everything we need at this point to sustain our farming training for a while. Well, aside from a willingness to spend part of our precious hour every day. Like I said, not bad loot. Take a look at what we got in just a half hour today. Day 79 will be shifting back to questing, but we're already here, so I decided to spend a little more time pickpocketing the Master Farmer to bank up some more seeds, and grab another thieving level. Now that we're 4 or 5 levels past the minimum required level to pickpocket these Master Farmers, I'm definitely starting to feel the higher success rates, which is nice. After a quick farming detour near Falador on the way, we'll be headed over to Kourend to start questing, and first up is the Queen of Thieves. This quest serves as our introduction to the House of Piscarilius in Kourend, and sees us start to uncover a web of corruption in the Great Island Kingdom, while also sort of participating in it ourselves. Of course, all in the name of helping Lady Piscarilius expose the demonic disciples of Yama, which I guess seems like a worthy cause to me. More important, however, is that 2,000 thieving XP, that quest point, and that memoir page, which serves as a really handy teleport around Kourend. Up next is the Forsaken Tower. This one ties directly into the lore of Wintertodt and introduces us to the House of Lovakenge. The doors of Din that keep the Wintertodt sealed away are starting to fail, and we have to recover Din's hammer from the Forsaken Tower by completing a series of increasingly weird puzzles. That way, the doors of Din can be repaired and Kourend can be saved from the Wintertodt. Once we return the hammer, that's quest complete. We're rewarded with a little bit of mining and smithing XP, but more importantly, another memoir page. And lastly, we'll wrap up with just a quick tree farming run in Varrock. Day 80 is another big questing day, starting out with the Feud out in Palnavniche. This one sees us getting involved in the middle of a rivalry between 2 different desert gangs, all at the behest of Ali Morrisane. Despite our best efforts to patch up the old rivalry between the Menophites and the Bandits, it turns out that good old-fashioned violence is gonna be the answer. Good old RuneScape, giving a bunch of people beer and beating up some others. The feud involves a lot of small steps. We're running back and forth between the gangs, we're gathering information, we're doing a bit of undercover work, and a little bit of poisoning, apparently. And again, all of this is in the name of stopping the violence between these 2 gangs, but we just seem to be causing more of it. And wouldn't you know it, in the end, the answer was just a little more violence. Once we kill the leaders of the Menophites and the Bandits, we're able to kinda just put an end to the whole thing and return to Ali, who, it
turns out might be RuneScape's biggest scammer. He literally sent us on this whole quest just in the name of selling us some gear at the beginning and making money from the merchants that we had to deal with throughout it. Either way, that's quest complete. We're rewarded with 1 quest point and 15,000 thieving XP. Next, we're rolling right into the tourist trap and keeping up with the desert questing. We start by helping a tourist find her daughter, and it quickly turns into infiltrating a mining camp, disguising ourselves as a prisoner, sneaking around the guards, and working our way through the mines without getting caught. Oh, and randomly making a detour to discover the secrets to making thrown dart weapons, because they tied that into this quest. Alright, we're back on track, and we're finally getting close to rescuing Anna. We have to pretty much just capture her in a barrel and rescue her against her own will. I don't know why she's so adamant on resisting this when she was captured, turned into a slave, and forced to work in a mine. But that's really not my business. I'm just here for the 2 quest points and the bit of XP we get. Day 81, we're shifting gears a little bit and going full druid mode, focusing entirely on farming and herblore training today. And our farming runs are starting to get even bigger and better. In addition to the allotments and herbs that we've been doing, we're starting to mix in new patches with bushes as well as hops. Next, we'll move into the herblore side of the druid life. We've got some decent herbs banked up, but we have to work on getting some secondaries. So, in the name of potion making, I'm collecting red spider eggs, ashes, eyes of newt, and the unicorn horns that you saw earlier, so we can start training some herblore. All of the item requirements make herblore another slower skill to train as an Ironman, but it's an important one to start working on. It's going to be required for different quests, and we're going to need prayer and stamina potions later. We're already in Draenor Village at the beginning of day 82, so what better way to start out than pickpocketing the master farmer a little bit more? If you think about it, we really need the seeds more than he does. He never leads the market square here, so I don't know how much farming he actually does. I mean, look at us. We're out here. We're making our farming runs. And with all the quest requirements we've got coming up, it's important that we keep doing it too. 35 farming's a pretty good start on the way, though. With our farming runs out of the way for the day, we're headed over to Mauritania, to the village of Morton, so we can start on the Shades of Morton quest. This one feels a little bit different. There's no crazy bosses to kill, and there's no difficult puzzles to solve either. Instead, we're just helping the villagers of the town of Morton. We're rebuilding their temple, we're mixing experimental potions and serums to help them recover, and as you can see, taking out a few of the shades that have infested their village. Next up, we have to help repair the temple in the north end of the village. Fortunately for us, there is a dedicated world where we can get help from other players to speed things up. Next, we learn how to burn pyre logs and sacrifice shade remains. Then we can finally return to All Square Chauncey and complete the quest. We're rewarded with 3 quest points, 2,000 herblore XP, which is enough to jump us up to level 27. And then, with just a little bit of time left in the hour, I decided to take advantage of our cowbell teleport and head over to Lumbridge to fight Brutus for a little while. We're rewarded with some nice combat XP, but no crazy loot yet. We're already in Brutus's pen, and I've still got plenty of food, so I decided to start out day 83 with a few more kills. The strength XP just keeps rolling in, jump up to level 46, and then the repeat loot starts to roll in too. We ended up getting our second bottomless milk bucket and 2 more Muleta defenders on top of the 3 we already had in the bank. Unfortunately, no cow slippers or beef pet, but we're still considerably under drop rate on both of those, so I really can't complain. Once we started to run low on food, I decided to mix in a quick bush farming run and then head over to start the nearby clock tower quest. This one's pretty straightforward. The monk in charge of the clock tower just needs our help to recover 4 different colored cogs, reinstall them on the clock tower, and then that's it. We just have to help him repair it. Even better, all of the cogs can be found in the basement directly underneath the clock tower, so we don't have to do much running around either. and that'll be quest complete for a quest point and 500 coins. Definitely not our most heroic work so far, but hey, it puts us one quest closer to our goal of getting the quest cape. Lastly, we round out day 83 with a quick tree farming run, and then mining some pure essence here in Varrock. It's handy to have in the bank, as it is required for a couple of quests, and just in case we ever get the urge to do any rune crafting. It's the final day of the week, and we're starting out by grabbing all the items required for the Daddy's Home mini-quest. Marlowe, the guy who runs Mahogany Homes, is too busy with his new job, so he needs our help to go and create new furniture for his dad, Yarlo, in Varrock. Once we replace all of his basic furniture, we have to go get some special waxwood planks made so we can build him a new bed. And that's the mini-quest complete. We're rewarded with a nice crate of construction supplies and a total of level 8 construction. Quick detour to the bank to use up the few herblore supplies we had banked up. With another herblore level in the books, we're headed to spend the rest of our day over at Wintertodt. I just couldn't resist seeing if we get lucky with any more pyromancer pieces, or maybe even a pet. 50 wood cuttings, a decent consolation prize if nothing else today. And our first construction level from Wintertodt since we bought our player-owned home. I really don't plan on actively training construction much, so for the foreseeable future, most of our construction XP that we get is probably just coming from Wintertodt. After one more fire-making level, we're headed outside to grab our loot.
Oh, nice. We got the hood. That's awesome.
Well, no crazy luck on a Phoenix pet today, but hey, a Pyromancer hood's a good consolation prize and a nice XP boost. Finally, a quick look at the Week 12 stats, big highlights being the herblore and farming levels. And a peek at the Week 12 bank. Day 85, we're starting out by jumping right into the Creature of Fenkenstrain quest. This one starts up near Canifis, where Dr. Fenkenstrain needs help creating himself a new undead servant. We're roped into digging up body parts, buying a brain, killing one of the doctor's failed experiments. Pretty much whatever we're asked. You know, just standard mad scientist henchman stuff. Once he's got a body stitched together, of course we then have to repair his lightning conductor for him. For some reason, this requires becoming an improvised chimney sweep. And once we end up reanimating the new monster, we actually learn that Dr. Fenkenstrain killed him and all of the other inhabitants of the castle in the first place, so we end up just robbing him to complete the quest. Weird ending, but I don't care. Honestly, I'm just here for 2 quest points and a bit of thieving XP. After the quest, it's back to reality with a full farming run. Trees, herbs, allotments, bushes, little bit of everything, all to push us up to 36 farming. I know, super exciting, but it's a necessity if we ever want to get our hands on that quest cape. Plus, we have to get our hands on herbs for herblore training somewhere. Speaking of necessities, I noticed our food stacks in the bank were getting a bit low, so we're spending our last few minutes fishing lobsters here in Catherby. Day 86 starts just where we left off yesterday with a bit more lobster fishing. Not the most exciting thing, but we need some food for questing coming up. A quick farming detour before we leave Catherby ends up putting us up to 37 farming. Then we're headed over to the Tree Gnome Village to start on the Tree Gnome Village quest. We're briefed by King Bullrun on the battles against the Khazard armies, and it's not going so well, so we're enlisted to help Commander Montai improve the defenses for the gnomes, as well as acquiring coordinates from tracker gnomes so we can activate a ballista strike. That allows us to sneak our way into the Khazard base and steal back the orbs of protection that the gnomes were missing. Unfortunately, while we were recovering the first orb, the Khazard warlord snuck into the camp and stole the rest, so we have to go take him on. With him dealt with, we can recover the remaining orbs and return them to King Bullrun to complete the ritual and the quest. We're rewarded with 2 quest points and over 11,000 attack XP. After that, we'll pick up a Cave Crawler Slayer task. Fortunately, we get to make use of our handily unlocked fairy rings on our way to the Fremennik Slayer Cave. It's a good thing I remembered to bring some anti-poisons. These guys don't hit very hard, but the poison they inflict does. Of course, a Slayer level will always make up for it. We just barely managed to finish the task in the hour, and it's our first task to give us any Slayer points. Now that we're finally earning some Slayer points for our tasks, I decided to start out day 87 with a little more Slayer training. First up is Cave Bugs here in the Lumbridge Swamp Caves. With how quickly our Cave Bug task went, I decided to squeeze in one more after this, and this time we're assigned 11 ghouls. Fortunately, these ghouls are conveniently located right near Canifis and the Slayer Master that we got the task from. Unfortunately, these ghouls have a habit of running away from us towards the end of each fight. With our second Slayer task of the day done, it's time to shift gears and start on the Grand Tree Quest. King Narnode asks for our help to figure out why the Grand Tree is dying and sends us to launch an investigation. Gluff, an advisor to the king, immediately blames everything on a suspected human invasion and has a way too convenient fall guy set up for this. We end up getting accused of treason against the gnomes, imprisoned, broken out by the king, and sent to investigate even further. We end up finding a secret shipyard that's building an entire fleet of warships for the gnomes to invade the humans. Finally, we manage to conclusively implicate Gluff in the plot, and he confronts us with a big scary black demon to try and kill us. Once we defeat the demon and locate the Daconia Rock, it's quest complete, and we're rewarded with a nice mix of XP, and it was enough to get us a few attack levels and an agility level. We once again have about 15 minutes after a quest, so what better way to spend our remaining time than another Slayer task? It ends up being a worthwhile investment. We end up with a magic level, and another Slayer level. Day 88, we're going to start out by quickly finishing the Shade Slayer task, but then we'll be turning to face a uniquely Ironman problem. We need to get our hands on a mud rune for the next quest in the series, and that means getting a few more talismans.
Oh, yes!
That's one of our talismans. With an Earth Talisman down and just a couple minutes, we're left just hunting the Water Talisman.
Oh, nice. There's our Water Talisman, too. That's so good.
We got lucky with getting both talismans in about 8 minutes, so we can start training a few levels of rune crafting quick. We need to be level 13 in order to craft the mud runes we need for the quest. Of course, we didn't have enough rune essence in the bank, so we have to make a detour to the rune essence mines as well. Despite only getting 5 XP per essence mined, I even managed to pick up a mining level while we were here. Finally, we're able to finish 13 rune crafting, which unlocks our ability to craft the mud runes we need for the next gnome quest. After all of our rune crafting today, we don't really have time to jump right into the next quest, so I decided to just fill our last bit with a little more agility training. Day 89, we're starting out back in Canifis, going for at least one agility level here today. Now, the agility levels may be slowing down, but fortunately the Marks of Grace are not. We're still a ways off on our Mark of Grace stack, but it's going to be really nice to get our hands on our next piece of the graceful outfit and someday complete the whole set. But for now, I'm happy with just level 52 agility. Next, we're back to the Gnome Stronghold to start the Eyes of Glaufrey quest. After inspecting the workshop, we're sent to go speak with our friend Hazelmere that we met in the previous quest. He gives us a fascinating look into gnome history, telling us all about how Glaufried deceived the previous gnome king, requiring Oknak to build the very machine that we inspected earlier to expose the truth. Of course, he then breaks in to sabotage the machine, so we have to use the fancy magic glue we made with our mud rune to repair it, and then figure out an interesting, or should I say painful puzzle that involves putting in a bunch of different magical colored discs. Once repaired, the machine reveals that the adorable creatures scattered around the stronghold are actually undercover evil spies. Once we take them all out, we're able to speak to the king and complete the quest. We're rewarded with a huge amount of magic, rune crafting, and a little bit of construction XP. More important, however, is the crystal saw seed. We're able to turn it into a crystal saw that'll give us a huge construction boost for in the future. Day 90 is simple. We're going back to the wilderness to train prayer, which also means day 90 is probably going to end badly. But we have one important goal in mind. If we can get our hands on the protection prayers, it's all going to be worth the risk that we're taking being in the wilderness. Level 40 prayer unlocks protect from missiles, but of course, we're not done yet. We have to keep going for 43 for protect from melee. Oh, Jesus. Oh, god damn it! I've been waiting for it to happen. I can't even be that mad. As you can see, the skeletons got the better of us, but we're not giving up yet. 42 prayer makes it all worth it. Until... ah, fuck. That's okay. After how things went in the wilderness, I decided to take on the Holy Grail quest to try and get our prayer XP there instead. To start out, we have to head to Intrana to learn how to make our way to the Fisher Realm, and to Galahad to recover an artifact from the realm. When we finally make it into the Fisher Realm, there's a Black Knight Titan standing between us and the Fisher Castle. In order to defeat him, you have to equip Excalibur for at least the final blow, which I forgot to do, so unfortunately I'm out of food and have to flinch him for the entire second kill. And with that done, we can finally head inside to meet the king. It turns out that the Fisher King is dying, and we need to find his son Percival, one of King Arthur's knights. With Percival back, we can return the Holy Grail to King Arthur and be rewarded with our 11,000 prayer XP, enough to jump us up to level 44 and unlock protection from melee. The defense XP we get is nice too, but the prayer is really the highlight. Protection prayers will change absolutely everything and enable all sorts of new content for us going forward. We'll be able to try out harder quests, take on new bosses, and improve all of our combat and Slayer training. Finally, a quick look at the Week 13 stat improvements, the big highlights being rune crafting and prayer, and a peek at the Week 13 bank. Day 92 sees the week start out with another farming run. Unfortunately, I'm out of both tree seeds and saplings, but we can still at least go ahead and get some bushes plus herbs and allotments done. Even without the extra XP from trees, we managed to squeeze a farming level out of the trip. Fortunately, it looks like we also only lost one of our herb patches today. That'll definitely help rebuild the herb stacks in the bank. And with our farming run done, it's on to the real goal for day 92. Today, we're trying to make some money. And for once, we're actually earning XP while we do it. It turns out that you can purchase uncut gems from the gem merchant Tosi here in Alderan, cut them, and then sell them right back to her for a pretty healthy profit. Between the fact that we're making XP and we're not having to spend time in the wilderness, I consider this a huge upgrade over the steel plate bodies. Plus, the money's not bad either. We made about 54k GP in half an hour. Fortunately, that gives us enough to grab some rune plate legs and give ourselves a nice melee gear upgrade. Day 93, we're headed back to Varlamore, this time to fight the Gemstone Crab. If somehow you play Old School RuneScape, but you're not familiar with the Gemstone Crab, you're missing out. It's a world boss that has effectively unlimited hit points, and instead loses health on a 10-minute timer. In other words, large groups of players can just AFK for up to 10 minutes at a time fighting the crab. Oh, and you'll also take very little, if not absolutely no damage throughout the entire fight too. All of that together makes it a really good place for us to work on training up our combat skills. And we really need to work on getting towards level 60 attack. After all, what's the point of completing Monkey Madness this week if we can't eventually get to use the Dragon Scimitar? Well, we're still quite a ways off from our goal of level 60, but level 49's a nice step along the way. Day 94 starts out with just a little bit more Gemstone Crab. After all, it just wouldn't feel right to leave with level 49 attack. And I'm definitely glad I stayed, because we got 50 hit points as well. There's our goal of 50 attack for the day. We'll just stay and round out the crab kill. Once we're done here, we'll be shifting gears to prepare all the items we need for In Search of the Myrique. I decided, why not get started with a slightly easier quest than Monkey Madness this week? With all of our items prepped, we can head over to start In Search of the Myrique by talking to Vanstrom Klaus here at the bar in Canifis. Vanstrom tells us that he wants us to deliver all of our steel weapons down to the Myrique, an anti-vampire freedom fighting group hiding out in the swamps. Once we make our way through the swamp and find a boat downriver, we're able to talk our way into the Myrique hideout, where we meet Veliaf and the rest of the Myrique. Unfortunately, Vanstrom shows up, reveals himself as one of the evil vampires controlling the area, and kills most of the members around us. Fortunately for us, unlocking protection from melee makes quick work of the fight. With Vanstrom's skeletal servant defeated, we just have to finish a little bit of dialogue, and that's quest complete. This is it. Day 95 is the big one. We're finally starting on Monkey Madness by talking to King Narnode here in the Tree Gnome Stronghold. After we uncovered Gluff's secret shipyard earlier in the Gnome questline, the King sent his elite 10th Squadron to decommission the unsanctioned warship construction. Unfortunately, the 10th Squadron has lost contact, so we're sent to go out and find them. Before we can use one of the Gnome's experimental gliders to continue on our mission, we have to complete one of the game's most annoying puzzles. Once we reach the crash site, we learn that most of the 10th Squadron is on the nearby Ape Atoll, and we also witness a cutscene that lets us know that Gluff is still got some loyal servants out there. Once we make it to the nearby Ape Atoll, it becomes immediately clear that humans aren't welcome. We're shot by all the guards on our way in and imprisoned by a bunch of apes. After a few tries, we're successful in eventually breaking out of our prison cell. Once outside, we can track down Garkor, the leader of the 10th Squad. Garkor sends us to go find his mage Zuknok, but first we have to collect a few supplies to make ourselves a monkey speech amulet. Then we have to survive getting through the tunnels to make it to Zuknok. It ends up taking all of my prayer and most of my food. Now, since we already collected all the supplies, we have everything we need. We just have to go and actually craft the monkey speech amulet. Unfortunately, I managed to get caught by the guards on my first attempt of the next step, so we have to break out of prison before we can make our way back to chat with the monkey child. After picking him some bananas, he gives us his new toy, the monkey talisman we need. Day 96, we're right back to it and working on Monkey Madness again. Fortunately, I was able to manage my prayer a bit better on the run through the tunnels this time, so we didn't waste quite as many supplies getting to Zuknok today. And Zuknok crafts us our Monkey Grigri. And then we're treated to a cutscene that teaches us that Wadar, one of the gnomes we've been working with, is actually in on Gluff's plot. Now, for this next part, we have to use our Monkey Grigri to go rescue another monkey from captivity in the zoo in Ardi. Oh, being a monkey sure has its benefits. We're able to just walk right through the gates and wander around the village this time. We even managed to get ourselves an audience with the Monkey King, as pursuant to Garkor's plan. But it ends up being irrelevant, because Garkor informs us that the Monkey King is actually in on Gluff's plan with Wadar and the others. Garkor fills us in on the plan. He's figured out a way that we're going to get teleported along with all of the gnomes into the final battle to help them. So we have to go get prepared. First, we'll get geared up in our best magic gear. Then, we'll go fish up an inventory of lobsters so we've got some decent food. Once we're fully prepared, or at least as prepared as we're gonna get, we teleport ourselves into the fight against the jungle demon. He eats through our prayer pretty quickly, and we start taking some pretty big hits. And just like that, we managed to pull it off. We're able to return to King Narnode and complete the quest. We're rewarded with 3 quest points, but more important is access to Darrow's training. It rewards us a huge lump sum of hit points, strength, defense, and attack XP. With just a little bit of time left in the hour, I decided what better way to cool down than grabbing our banked up herbs and going for 29 herb lore. Day 97 starts out with just a little more herb lore training. Have to collect a few secondaries so we can use up the rest of the herbs we have in the bank. The anti-poisons are nice, it'll help replenish the few that we used up during Monkey Madness. Then a detour back to the Grand Tree to pick up some chocolate dust and make our very first few energy potions. And we get lucky on a nice lamp from a genie that just barely pushes us to 30 herb lore. After all the stress of Monkey Madness, what better way to relax than just a quick farming run? Gives us a chance to run around and see the soothing sights of Gielinor. In addition to banking up some more herbs, we're also treated with another farming level today, level 39. And after our farming run finishes up, we'll be shifting gears a little bit, working on a few clue scrolls I've had in the bank for too long, starting with 2 beginners. As expected, beginner clue scrolls don't prove too much trouble. The first one's completed in 2 steps. Second one, we have to go do a little Charlie step, which makes us go fish and cook a trout, but not too bad. And it was another quick 2-step clue. Day 98, we're carrying on with the clue scrolls. I always really enjoy doing them, and again, I want to just get them out of the bank. So we're starting off today with the 2 easy clues. We end up having to craft an iron kite shield for this step, which gets us our first easy casket. Ah, Corsair Cove. It's been so long since we were last here. And we have to pick up a few items for this next step as well. And that gives us our second easy casket. Next up, we're moving on to our first medium clue scroll. And when I say our first medium clue scroll, I mean it. We've completed beginners and easies before today, but this is the very first time we're attempting a medium. And we actually managed to get our hands on a medium casket. And we'll go ahead and get started on our second medium clue. We have to get ourselves a new key to get back into the desert camp. Nice easy step. Another one we can get done. And then we're hit with one that requires us to go into the farming guild, and we just don't have the level for it, so we'll move on to try our hard step. But again, quickly blocked. We're blocked behind quest access and can't get past these 2 entrances into Berg de Ront quite yet. Our 2 beginner clue scroll caskets ended up being a little bit underwhelming, but that's okay. Our first easy, nothing too crazy. Oh, that's cool. The Black Shield Heraldic 4. I'm gonna actually use that. Huge style upgrade.
Ooh, Amulet of Power.
And a quick look at the Week 14 stats, key highlights being the combat stats after Monkey Madness and a couple of herb lore levels. Quick peek at the Week 14 bank, nothing too crazy there. And finally, a look at our upgraded characters, since we've managed to get a few upgrades this week. We're starting out day 99 down in the Taverley dungeon fighting Chaos Dwarves. We need to get our hands on a Mithril bar in order to complete an Aid of the Myrique, giving us access to Burgderot, where our next hard clue scroll step is located. Fortunately, I didn't have to spend too much time down here. As you can see, I ended up getting lucky, picked up the Mithril bar on our third dwarf kill.
Oh, wow, he already dropped one. That's insanely lucky.
With our Mithril bar secured, we can go meet up with our old pal Veliav to start in aid of the Myrique. We have to help the Myrique freedom fighters secure their new base of operations, and it has to be someplace quiet, so we're headed to check out the sleepy little town of Burgderot. Once we bribe our way through the gate with some food donations, it turns out that there's actually a decent place to set up. We just have to clear out all the rubble inside the basement, which actually takes a really long time. No, I literally spent 5 minutes down here with a pickaxe and a shovel just clearing rubble. But in exchange for setting up here, the villagers just want us to help improve the village a little bit. We help fix up the general store, and then go collect some stock for the general store, which actually requires us to go head over to Catherby to fish up some mackerel. So, now we're doing a detour quest and some detour fishing within the quest, so we can go back to doing the other detour to finally continue the clue. Yeah, that's going to be a sign for the rest of this week. To start day 100, we're going to go turn in all the supplies we've collected to the shopkeeper. Then we can work on fixing up the bank for the town. Once we recruit a banker, we now have a bank access in the area, and they want us to repair the furnace. No problem. Except, problem. Lighting the furnace ended up alerting Vanstrom Klaus and Gataranx. So he sends some vampire Juvenates and Gataranx down here that we have to take out. With the vampires defeated, we have to help Veliav with two things. First, we have to escort Ivan to Paterdomus Temple. Then we have to find a weapon that can harm the vampires. Step 1, escorting Ivan, takes the form of a simplified version of the Temple Trek minigame. We have to choose a route and end up fighting some vampires along the way. Of course, wasn't anything we couldn't handle. Now that Ivan's safe, we can move on to our second mission. We're able to get some information from Drizel, who gives us access to the temple's secret library. We end up finding Evander Sirges' body and recreating his magical staff. With step 2 sorted, we're able to return to Veliav to complete the quest. We're rewarded with a nice bit of attack, defense, strength, and crafting XP. And now, finally, with access to Burgderot, we can continue on our clue scroll.
Oh, he poisoned me.
Okay, no big deal. I have anti-poisons in the bank. We can take him out this time, right?
Oh, I made it out. Oh, thank gosh. Okay, so I forgot that he could attack with 2 different types of attacks. So I can't just pray against him. I need a bunch of food.
Well, you heard it. We need a bunch of food. We keep underestimating these clue scroll guardians, so we have to do a little bit of fishing and cooking. Get our hands on some better food again. Honestly, that's no big deal. We're gonna need to get fishing and cooking up in the very near future anyway, in order to take on Hero's Quest, so that we can finally get back to Recipe for Disaster. And if you haven't, make sure you check out the episode where we took on the first, I think, 5 subquests to RFD. Day 101 started with a little bit more lobster fishing over in Catherby. I decided I might as well just bank up another couple inventories of lobsters. That way we don't have to keep running back here every 2 quests we do. 46 fishing, not bad. That's definitely a step in the right direction. 50 will be better. That'll let us start catching swordfish. 53 would be even better. That'll let us get back to Hero's Quest. Grab a cooking level on our way out on our very last inventory. And then we're gearing up in our very best gear. We've got our very best potions and food in the inventory. And we're headed back to finally defeat this guy. I really didn't think my first arch nemesis on the account was going to be a Saradomin wizard.
Oh, I'm so close. Just hopefully my food holds out through this. There we go. There we go. I got him. I got him.
And it looks like our next clue scroll step takes us into level 50 wilderness. Not ideal. We end up having to run past a few different things along the way. Of course, none of them very friendly out here in the wilderness. And the next step requires access to Miscellanea. So I guess we're going to be taking on the Fremennik trials next. Overall, the Fremennik trials is pretty straightforward in premise. We just have to convince 7 of the 12 members of the Fremennik Council to vote for us to become an honorary member of the community. Olaf the Bard is up first, and his task is pretty simple. We have to get our hands on some golden fleece from Lale the Troll. To do so, we have to convince her to give us, well, some golden fleece in exchange for a pet rock that we end up turning into a soup rock for her, whatever that means. With our enchanted lyre complete, we're able to get back to Olaf's task. We have to perform our original ballad, which secures our first vote. Next up is Manny the Reveler. To convince him, all we have to do is beat him in a drinking competition. The poison cellar down in Sears Village happens to have some alcohol-free beer. We just have to create a distraction so we can swap out the 2 kegs. And then we're able to easily win the drinking competition. And our second vote. Sigli the Huntsman is up next, the 3rd councilman whose vote we're after. His challenge is a little bit different. This one's a combat trial. We have to track down and then defeat the Draugen, a Fremennik spirit. With the Draugen defeated, we get our vote from Sigli. Next up is Sigmund the Merchant. He sends us on a delightful little rendition of One Small Favor, but fortunately it's all limited just to the settlement of Relica, so we don't have to run too far. We might not have to run too far, but we do have to run around a lot, between a lot of different people. I mean, all of this footage is sped up like 30 times, but we end up getting our 4th vote, so that's all that counts. Next up is Thorvald the Warrior. We have to prove our mettle. To do so, we have to take on Koshi the Deathless. He has 4 different forms of ascending difficulty. You have to defeat the first 3. Unfortunately, I only managed to take out 2 before I ran out of food. Day 103, we're going in with a little bit better preparation this time. I upgraded to lobsters, and it turns out you can bring in a Dramen branch and then craft it in the arena, so I now at least have some type of weapon. The first 3 forms went pretty quickly this time with the extra supplies, but he just absolutely shreds you on that 4th one. Most importantly, it was enough to impress Thorvald, who gives us his vote. Swenson the Navigator is up next. He wants us to prove our sense of direction by completing a maze. This is definitely the easiest task. His name spells the solution to the puzzle, Swенsen. And that's vote 6 out of 7. Our last vote is Pier the Seer. His challenge is meant to test our wit. He turned his entire home into an escape room type series of puzzles that we have to solve. Fortunately, we're just following the quest helper guide to save a little time. There we go, that's our 7th and final vote secured. We can head back to Brunt the Chieftain. Finish up the quest, 2800 XP each and a bunch of skills. We also get our honorary Fremennik name of Rilton. And finally, with the Fremennik trials completed, Miscellanea access secured, we can go ahead and complete our next hard clue step. Unfortunately, I don't think we can continue it though. You guys let me know anything down in the comments if there is anything. I did some research and I could not find any realistic way for us to get our hands on an Amulet of Glory in the near future for that clue step. Knocking out the last few easy achievement diary steps around Lumbridge gets us a nice consolation prize though, 2 herb lore levels from an ancient lamp. Then we're headed over to Varrock. We're going to complete the easy diary there as well. Nothing too crazy, just have to do a little rune crafting, a little running around. That's all the easy diary tasks complete. We're rewarded with the ability to get some battle staves every day from Zaf. And then we're moving on to start the Alfred Grimhand's bar crawl. This one's fun. It's one of the most RuneScape feeling activities in the game, just running around and buying different beers from all of the different pubs. At least this time it's our character that gets to have a few drinks. Usually we're giving them to all the NPCs. Day 104, we start out by turning in the now completed bar crawl card. We also get the ability to turn on the Auto Smasher for vials after we finish a potion. Next up, we're taking on the Scorpion Catcher quest. We have to help Thormak recover his 3 lost scorpions. Somehow, one of them made its way further into the Taverley dungeon than we ever have, so we have to get our hands on a dusty key. Which, I mean, we're going to want to do that at some point anyway. We'll be back to fight these blue dragons and the black demons at some point. But for now, get the Scorpion, we get the one from the Edgeville Monastery, and the one in the Barbarian Outpost. We're rewarded with 6,000 Strength XP, enough to jump us up to level 50. And since it's nearby, we'll squeeze in the Tower of Life quest as well. We have to start out by getting our hands on an entire builder's uniform, so we can infiltrate the tower. Apparently, the builders only finished up the actual structure itself. They haven't built any of the internal machines. They're leaving that for us. We're able to just grab the supplies from all the nearby crates, fortunately, and then just click our way through a few easy puzzles. I don't know why we didn't realize something was wrong when they asked us to finish building the giant cage on the top floor. The alchemists end up summoning a homunculus into existence and kind of tormenting it, so we have to put a stop to that. We have to help the homunculus through his existential crisis, and then we can break him out of his jail, scare off the alchemists, and he'll take over the tower. We're rewarded with 2 quest points and some construction XP. Finally, to close out day 104, we're gearing up and heading to go fight Brutus. Level 54 attack there is really our only reward today. No crazy loot from Brutus, but that's alright. It's not like I was expecting to get the pet in this random 15-minute session anyway. Day 105, we're going to start out with just a little more at Brutus. I was having fun. It's a fun little boss to go through, pretty quick kills, and honestly, I just wanted to round off my attack level to 55. And finally, to close out the week, I decided we were going to go ahead and complete some clue scrolls that I knew we would actually be able to finish. There's no requirement to get your hands on an Amulet of Glory to finish a beginner clue. I'm definitely going to have to do a little more research into that. I haven't found a way, but I'm still hoping we're going to find a way to get our hands on a glory without having to craft and enchant it ourselves. That would take us a ridiculously long time. And with just a few seconds left on day 105, we got our hands on an easy casket. Didn't quite have time to open it, so we'll have to look forward to that for next week. And finally, a quick look at the week 15 stats. Nothing too crazy, but some steady progress across the board. We're starting out day 106 by knocking out the last easy clue scroll we were sitting on. When we finish, we'll be opening the reward casket, plus another easy and 2 beginner clues that we completed all at the end of last week.
Okay. I'm not gonna complain about nature runes, that's always good. Okay, back-to-back steel plate skirts is fun. On to the easies. Okay, first one kind of sucks, that's okay. Second one, I already have a black pickaxe, otherwise that would be kind of cool.
Well, the clue loot was a little bit underwhelming, but that's okay. We're gearing up and then heading down to Lumbridge to fight Brutus. I want to keep working towards 60 attacks so we can finally unlock the Dragon Scimitar, and I have a lot of fun with the Brutus fights. The chance at a boss pet is cool, even if it's not likely, and honestly, the stakes that we collect aren't a bad food source for us at this stage when you consider that they also double as low-rent strength potions. We ended up at 146 total Brutus kills, and picked up 2 more beginner clues along the way as well. As fun as it is to spend our time at Brutus, I decided that we better make time for a farming run. It's something that we need to keep up with throughout the account. There's a lot of farming requirements for different quests, and it's something that we can't just sit there and train actively. After our farming run, I figured why not knock out those 2 new beginner clues from Brutus. Might as well see if we can't redeem ourselves after our lackluster loot earlier.
It's been a while since we've gotten anything good from a beginner clue. I feel like we're due for a little unique action today. I'm gonna call it. Okay, maybe not. That's better, but still not great.
And with a little bit of time left in day 106, we're headed to Varlamore to take on the Gemstone Crab. It's not the most exciting way to train our attack, but it is efficient, which is important given our strict daily time limit. Day 107 is dead simple. We're spending the entire day here at the Gemstone Crab grinding our attack. Now, you might have already noticed this if you're observant, but I really want to get my hands on a Dragon Scimitar. A Dragon Scimitar that requires both 60 attack to wield and 100k GP to purchase. This is phase 1 of those requirements. Grind 60 attack at the crab and clear the way for tier 60 weapons, and therefore, maybe the biggest upgrade on the account yet. Actually, strike that. It'll definitely be our biggest upgrade on the account yet. We're starting out day 108 just where we left off yesterday, at the Gemstone Crab. We won't be spending the entire day here like we did yesterday, but honestly, it takes long enough to get back here every time that I want to grab 1 more attack level before we leave. That'll put us up to 58 attack and within striking distance of our goal of 60 for the week. Now, Gemstone Crab is very efficient. It's one of the best ways to knock out those attack levels. Example A right there. But it's not the most exciting gameplay, so I decided to switch things up for the rest of the day. We're going on a bit of a nostalgia trip. No, literally, we're headed down to Draenor Village to cut some willow trees. It's one of my all-time favorite things to do in RuneScape. We don't particularly need to work on woodcutting very much right now, but It just sounded fun, and like I said, I just want a bit of a change of pace for the day. Since we were already standing in Draenor Village, I decided to start out day 109 with just 10 minutes of thieving the Master Farmer. We were running low on herb seeds, and I decided we needed to grab a few. After our brief foray into thieving, it's time to start the Mountain Daughter quest. This quest begins up at the mountain camp near Relica, where Hamal the Chieftain asks us to investigate the disappearance of his daughter Asleaf. Unfortunately, we quickly discover that she's dead, but her spirit requests two things of us: make peace between the village and Relica, and find the villagers a new food source. We'll be worrying about the peace deal with Relica first, but since we're already nearby, we're going to speak with Jokal about the White Pearl, which is supposedly a plant that can grow in these harsh climates. The representative that the Chieftain Hamal sent is too afraid to go inside the village of Relica. Brent, the Chieftain over in Relica, won't guarantee his safety until we head all the way back to the village and secure their ancient rock. For some reason, we don't even bother to ask Hamal if they'll be willing to give it back. We just split it in half with a pickaxe and return half of it, which apparently is enough to secure peace with Relica. A quick gnome glider trip over to the White Wolf Mountain to secure a white pearl seed, which we return to the villagers with instructions that it can grow in the rocky, harsh climates. Next up, Asleaf's spirit wants us to convince her father and the villagers to move on. So to do so, we have to uncover her killer. It's supposedly the Kendall, a magical beast of some kind, but it ends up just being a crazy guy in a bear suit. Returning the body to Hamal helps him to move on, but he asks us to help Asleaf's spirit do the same. In order to do that, he tells us how to perform a traditional burial and build a cairn for her, finally completing the quest. And the prayer XP we're rewarded with is enough to bump us up to 45 prayer. And with a little bit of time left in the hour, I figured we might as well be productive. We pick up a Slayer task and head down to the catacombs of Kourend to take on some hill giants. Hopefully we can finally get some limpwort roots, that way we can get our hands on some strength potions. Day 110, we'll start off by finishing out that hill giant Slayer task. I always prefer the look of the ones down in the Edgeville dungeon, but these guys will do. That was our 10th Slayer task, so we ended up getting 30 reward points for that one. Next up is ghouls. Honestly, I hate fighting these ghouls. They always run away when they're low on hit points. And then another one always attacks you, meaning I missed the notification for that 29 Slayer there too. But we stick with it and complete the task anyway. Next up is skeletons, which will take us back into the catacombs of Kourend. I always prefer doing Slayer tasks down here. Might as well be getting a drop chance for ancient shards or a dark totem. And with 12 Slayer tasks and level 30 Slayer out of the way, I figured might as well head back into the jungles of Varlamore and face down the Gemstone crab a little bit more. I even remembered to bring a chisel this time so we can get a little free crafting XP too. Can you guess what we're starting out with on day 111? If you said the Gemstone crab, that's right, you get a point. And I get level 59 attack, putting me painfully close to the week's goal of level 60. At this point in the week, at level 59, I was pretty confident that we were going to be able to hit level 60 before the end of the week. So with that in mind, I decided to shift gears and go back to Slayer. The attack XP can be slightly worse than doing Gemstone Crab, but again, I'm pretty sure we're going to hit it anyway. 55 hit points is a nice bonus along the way. We really should be doing most of our combat training through Slayer anyway. There's quests that require us to get our Slayer up as high as level 69, so we might as well just be working on it in the background whenever we're working on attack XP or training any of our melee stats for that matter. Day 112, we're back in the Asgarnia Ice Dungeon fighting the Ice Warriors for our Slayer task. It feels like it was just yesterday that we were in here the last time, running for our lives trying to mine some blue-rite ore. Ah, the good old days. And finally, there it is. Level 60 attack and dragon weaponry is unlocked. We can finally go get our hands on that dragon scimitar. Right? Except, no. We have to make a detour to make some money first. So we're heading back to Alderaan to cut some gems. It's a simple process. As long as we can find some worlds where the gems are in stock and not being botted, we're able to just buy some gems, cut them, and sell them right back to the merchant for a healthy profit and a nice bit of crafting XP. We have to make 100,000 GP to get our hands on that elusive dragon scimitar. Unfortunately, we aren't quite gonna make it this week. A quick look at the week 16 stats, the big highlights being 5 attack and 4 slayer levels. We ended up at 89k, pretty close to the goal. Day 113, we're starting out the week trying to make some GP. After all, we still need to get our cash stack up to 100k before we can get the dragon scimitar. Gem cutting here in Alderaan's been a pretty reliable money-making method for us so far, but unfortunately today I was only able to get 1 inventory of sapphires because I'm playing closer to peak hours, so instead I'm headed back into the wilderness to collect steel plate bodies. Unfortunately, this method doesn't gain us any XP and any skills, and it puts us in the wilderness, so it's inherently more dangerous, but the steel plate bodies are usually not very busy, and unlike the gems, I'm actually able to get it done today. Fortunately, 1 inventory gives us more than enough GP, at least when combined with the 80k we already had in the bank. Now, it's time for us to set what must be a world record for the most right-click travel options used in a row to get to our final destination. And finally, after 4 months of playing 1 hour per day, we're finally getting our hands on our dragon scimitar. By far our biggest combat upgrade yet, and of course we have to pick up a Slayer task to go test it out. I try not to use the phrase too often so it doesn't lose its meaning, but man, this dragon scimitar is really a game changer for us. It's going to completely speed up our melee training going forward, plus increase our max hit. We'll be able to take on harder quests and content now and really step up our Slayer and combat training. But of course, we still have to make time for a farming run like always. Day 114, we're doing a little more farming. Like I said, we have to keep up with it day to day, especially since we can't log in for more than 1 farming run per day. I noticed I'm starting to get low on seeds, so we're definitely going to have to go back to the Master Farmer as well, do a little more pickpocketing to get our hands on more herb seeds and other supplies. We'll hit 40 farming today, love to see it. And then, we'll be spending the rest of the day fishing lobsters here in Catherby. We always need a steady supply of food in the bank, of course, but there's 2 reasons in particular that we have to start training our fishing right now. First and foremost, if we're going to be taking on the Underground Pass, we need a nice supply of high-healing food like lobsters to get us through. And second, Hero's Quest is one of my next big quest goals, and it requires both 53 cooking and 53 fishing, neither of which we have quite yet. Level 48 is a nice milestone for us that puts us 5 away from the goal. Day 115, we're headed to Ardi and starting the Underground Pass. King Lathis tells us all about his brother and enlists our help to find a route through the Underground Pass so we can track him into the Elven lands to the west. The king sends us to meet with his tracker Koftik. Somehow though, Koftik only made it from the door to here, and now we have to take over the adventure. Hopefully that first obstacle's not any indication for how the rest of this quest is going to go. As you can see, most of the time when you fail an obstacle, it means you have to go back to the beginning of whatever section you're on, and run all the way back to where you were. It's super convenient. On to one of the most infamous parts of the quest, the grid maze, which you pretty much just have to kind of brute force your way through. Now once you find the first tile, the puzzle's really not so bad. Unfortunately, it took me 5 tries to find the first tile. Next up, we have to collect and destroy 4 different magical orbs. Thankfully, all of the traps before them are easily skippable. And 3rd time's the charm, finally make it across that ledge. Somehow, I did get lucky, and I made it across this entire bridge puzzle section without falling down once. And of course, it's not bad enough that the cave's trying to drive us mad with all of the puzzles and obstacles. They want to drive us mad by forcing us to kill an innocent unicorn, and then 3 friendly paladins who just gave us a bunch of food and supplies. Once we collect the unicorn horn and badges from each of the paladins, we have to throw them into the Well of Despair before we can proceed into the next room of the dungeon. This room has the distinction of both being the largest underground space in the game, and maybe the most universally hated one by players as well. Now, in addition to giving us some information on Iben, the evil Zamorakian mage who lives in the dungeon, these dwarves down here also very conveniently will sell us supplies, which is great, because as you can see, failing the obstacles on the top level deals a ton of damage. Finally, we're able to recover the witch's cat and reunite them, and then just break in and rob her chest for the Iben's doll. We have to go around and imbue this with a bunch of different substances and magics so that we can throw it into the well and defeat Iben. I mean, just the first step is defeating 3 massive demons twice our level, and then soaking the thing in some weird substance. We also have to burn Iben's corpse and smear the remains onto the doll. Of course, 3 demons wasn't enough combat for this quest. We also have to take out a giant poisonous spider, so that way we can smear his poison onto the doll. Day 116, we're starting out back in everybody's favorite underground pass, and it's going just swimmingly. Of course, we fail the first obstacle 4 times before we finally make it over. When we do, we get a view of Iben's lair in the middle of the cave, and then we have to take out one of the monks, equip their robes, and throw the doll down the well. Doing so defeats Iben without us having to engage him in combat, and we're rewarded with his staff. After a quick chat with Koftik and then the king, that's quest complete. We're rewarded with Iben's staff, some nice agility and attack XP, and 5 quest points. And now that we're done with one of our most stressful quests yet, I decided to relax and just knock out the 2 beginner clue scrolls I've had in the bank for a bit. I got a step that required a chef's hat, and somehow I got my hands on a dragon scimitar before I got my hands on one of those.
Oh, yes! We got some mole slippers! That's awesome! I've been wanting a unique, and mole slippers are one of the coolest ones, so I'll take it. That checks out for our second one of the day. Mole slippers are balanced out by a 1-item Vambrace reward.
Alright, after getting our first clue unique, we're headed over to Taverley to open up the crystal chest. We finally got our hands on the second half of a crystal key. Alright, that Dragonstone puts us 1 step closer to completing that hard clue scroll we started. Next up, we're back to fishing, and this time we're more focused on the XP than caring about the actual food. Hence why we're here in Barbarian Village, fly fishing instead of collecting lobsters over in Catherby. 49 fishing puts us 1 level closer to the goal, 53 for Hero's Quest. Day 117, we're starting out back in the Barbarian Village. We're just fly fishing, cooking, and dropping all the food. If we didn't also need 53 cooking for the quest, I would just go do Temperos at this point, but we still have to worry about actually getting some cooking XP. Now, speaking of cooking XP, I saw that the Meet and Greet quest gives us enough cooking XP to jump us right up to 53, so we're headed over to Varlamore to take that on. For this quest, we're helping get a new kebab shop up and running here in Varlamore. To do so, we have to help them secure their spices, Then we have to go secure a meat supply by helping the farmer out with a wolf problem. No problem for a good adventurer like us. Then we have to do some focus group testing to figure out the perfect recipe for the kebab, get the proportions just right. And of course, no business can survive without a good marketing plan, so we have to head over to the Fortis Coliseum. A little product placement, we'll take a bite of a kebab and then beat up this Minotaur. Then we can head back to Emilio's shop, complete the quest. We're rewarded with 8,000 cooking XP, enough to jump us up to 53, just what we need for Hero's Quest. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the week, but we're low on herb seeds, so we're here pickpocketing the Master Farmer, if nothing else, just to get our hands on enough seeds to finish out the farming runs for this week. But I won't complain about picking up a thieving level along the way. Day 118 will be taking on Shiloh Village, but not before we make time for an ever-important farming run. I really can't wait to get access to the farming guild. Level 45 farming can't come soon enough. Even just unlocking the first tier of the guild is going to give us access to farming contracts, all sorts of new patches, and a new master farmer to pickpocket too. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. Right now, we need to be focusing on Shiloh Village. We have to help the nearby village of, well, Shiloh Village, with an undead infestation, and to do so, we're going to be running all around Kourend, breaking into caves and tombs and dealing with undead. Ah, yes, good old 2003 environmental storytelling. Nothing beats just collecting a bunch of scrolls and reading the entire quest lore. Anyway, back to what we're actually doing. Aside from just picking up scrolls, we're down here to try and put to rest the vengeful spirit that's attacking Shiloh Village. We have to head down to the far corner of Kourend over to Cairn Isle, where we can go get our hands on the ingredients we need to make the Beads of the Dead. With our new Beads of the Dead necklace secured, we can go put that on and go take on the final boss, Nazastarul. It's an undead who will start out as a zombie, so we have to defeat him once. Then he'll turn into a skeleton, and we have to defeat him a second time. And finally, he turns into a ghost that we have to defeat a third time. And finally, with the vengeful spirit at rest, Shiloh Village should be free of their undead problem. That's quest complete, and we're rewarded with a nice bit of crafting XP. It also jumps us up to total level 1000. And to close out the week, we're heading to Temperos. We were already able to knock out the 53 cooking side of the cooking and fishing requirement, so now we're headed to Temperos where we can focus solely on the fishing XP. Plus, it's honestly just a lot more fun than just AFK fishing. And it's definitely more engaging than watching my inventory fill with lobsters over the course of 12 minutes. That's our first game for the day complete, but of course we're not stopping there. We gotta keep those rewards rolling in. Temperos is definitely way better XP too. If you'll remember, we were 49 when we started. We end up grabbing 3 fishing levels and, strangely enough, a construction level today. But either way, it's amazing progress towards our goal of being able to take on Hero's Quest. With any luck, it'll be in the sights for next week. Nothing crazy on our rewards today, but we got some decent food and planks. And with just a few minutes left, not enough time to take on another Temperos match, I decided I might as well just knock out a little bit of herb lore training with what I had in the bank. Ended up being enough to jump us up to 34 herb lore even. A quick peek at the Week 17 bank. And the Week 17 stats to close it out. Huge milestone, hitting total level 1000 this week. Our first order of business for day 120 is finishing off the last 53 fishing requirement for Hero's Quest. We got pretty close last week, but unfortunately didn't quite make the cut for 53, so we're back again for a quick little trip to Temperos. I've been really preferring Temperos over just AFK fishing on this account. If I only have an hour in-game per day, I want to feel like I'm actually playing RuneScape, not just AFK skilling. And this really scratches that itch. Alright, 3 Temperos matches in, we're stacking up some decent reward permits, but more importantly, we hit our goal of 53 fishing, and we can move on to the next requirement. But not before we pick up our rewards. Next requirement on the list is 50 mining, but first, we're making a detour over to the gem shop in Alderaan to make a little more GP. Our trusty black pickaxe that we got early on from a clue reward has been serving us well. But if we're going to have to spend any real amount of time training our mining, I definitely want to have my hands on a rune pickaxe, so we need at least 32k. With our cash in hand, we can go get our first rune tool ever from Nermoff here in the Dwarven Mines. And with our last few minutes for the day, we're headed next door into the Motherlode Mine to work on some mining training. Day 121, we're going full dwarf, and we're spending the entire day in the Motherlode Mine. The rune pickaxe we upgraded yesterday will definitely help speed things up, but it's still going to take us a little bit of time to knock out that 50 mining requirement. I was only 42 mining when we showed up, so unfortunately, that does mean we need to a little more than double our mining XP before we'll be done. Fortunately, these early levels are still coming in pretty quickly. Doesn't quite make up for the fact that we're spending all day just staring at pay dirt, but it comes close. It does feel so weird spending time mining on the ground floor of the Motherlode Mine. I've had the upper level unlocked for so long on my main account, I genuinely forgot what it was like down here. It's really not too bad. If you can find a slower world, there's some decent spots on the first level. This is a really random note, but I absolutely love this little corner spot because I can see the little baby mole peeking out just over the top. Day 122, we're going to keep channeling our inner dwarf and spend a little more time at the Motherlode Mine. Hopefully we'll be able to knock out that 50 mining requirement before the end of the day. Alright, that's going to be level 48 mining there. Just 2 more levels to go for our goal, and then we'll be able to move on to Hero's Quest. And fun fact that I just learned as I'm editing and recording the audio for this, you don't need to actually complete Legends Quest to be able to do the freeing ceramic vase part of Recipe for Disaster. You just need to be able to start it and have completed Hero's Quest. It won't be this week, but looks like rune gloves are going to be back on the menu coming soon. But as usual, we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's 50 mining done. We've got 15 gold nuggets in the bank, and we are ready to move on to take on Hero's Quest. Alright, after working towards the requirements over the last couple of weeks, we're able to finally start on Hero's Quest. Now, if it's been a while since you've done this one, we have to basically run all around Gielinor and collect 3 different items to prove our worthiness to enter the guild. First up, we have to get our hands on an oily fishing rod, then head down into the Taverley dungeons, past the blue dragons, and fish ourselves up a lava eel. Now the second step, getting your hands on a Master Thief armband, is a little bit more complicated. We have to go heist some golden candlesticks, but to do so, we need the help of another player, just like in the Shield of Arav quest. Shout out to my new friend Tommy, whom we met here in Brimhaven. He helped me break into the mansion and get our hands on those golden candlesticks. Now we just have to turn it in for our Master Thief armband. For our next step, getting our hands on an Intranan Firebird feather, we have to get some ice gloves first so we don't burn our hands on the feather. Unfortunately, I showed up a little unprepared the first time, but we got geared up, we're headed back in with a ton of lobsters that I probably won't need, and we're taking down the Ice Queen to get our gloves. It's a good thing to get out of the way too. We're going to need the ice gloves for a few different things in the future, but for now, we can take them over to Intrana and use them to get our hands on the Firebird feather. And now that we have finally proven ourselves worthy, we can complete the quest and gain access to the Heroes Guild. We're rewarded with a nice mix of XP, highlight being 50 defense. And for day 124, we'll be working on training our Herblore. By which, I mean we're going to work on a few different achievement diaries and put all of the reward lamps into Herblore XP. First up is Karamja, which is a pretty easy one. It's a good one to start off with. Unfortunately, it's considered to be so easy that the reward lamp only gives us 1,000 XP in a skill of our choice instead of the normal, I think 2,500 for the easy diaries. But with all of the tasks complete, we can return to Pirate Jackie the Fruit and claim our Herblore level up to level 35. Next up is the easy Kandarin diary. Fortunately, we already have all of the requirements for this one as well. It's just a matter of running around the region a little bit and knocking out the tasks. I completely forgot that we technically get our first pet during this diary too. We got a goldfish! I've decided we're naming the goldfish George. We'll have to make a point to bring George out on some of our future quests and adventures. Speaking of future quests, that's ultimately the reason for our roundabout Herblore training today. Legends Quest and Fairy Tale 2 both have some pretty hefty Herblore requirements that I need to start working towards. Fortunately, another reward lamp helps. That pushes us right up to 36 Herblore. Next up is the Falador Easy Diary, which I believe is the last of the achievement diaries that I just happen to have all of the requirements already completed for. That'll definitely put a damper on our rapid-fire training in Herblore, but it's fun while it lasts. Alright, we were able to knock out all but one of the tasks, so day 125 we're going to be starting out with the last one, crafting a Mind Tiara. Not sure when exactly we picked it up, but I was very happy to find we already had a Mind Talisman in the bank. So that's our last task complete. We can head back to Cerebral and finish up the diary, plus one more Herblore level. I decided we needed to work on a little bit of magic training as well, and I figured what better way to do it than with a few Slayer tasks. Fortunately, these cave slimes go by pretty quickly, especially when you're only assigned 13 of them. That'll be another task complete. We're really starting to bank up the Slayer reward points there. Next up is 37 crabs. I could head to the Gemstone crab, but at 10 minutes per kill, that would take a ridiculously long time, so I decided to head back to the classic sand crab spot. Alright, we're out here training magic. I'm slowly working towards the 59 magic requirement for Family Crest. It's another important quest that I've had on my mind for a while now. We're gonna need to knock it out at some point, and it's better to get those skill-imbuable steel gauntlets early so that we can take advantage of the benefits. And for day 126, our last day of the week, we're still working on training our magic, but in a very roundabout sense. With a farming run. Because we need to get our hands on a Guam leaf for the Watchtower quest that we'll be doing next week, which happens to reward us a nice boatload of magic experience. Okay, I guess it might not technically count as magic training, but it is still contributing towards gaining magic XP, which is good enough for me. Alright, we end up with a farming level out of the deal as well. Next up, we're putting on our very best and most pitiful magic gear, and we're headed over to the Taverley Dungeon once again, this time to take down a blue dragon. We need to get our hands on a set of dragon bones for the Watchtower quest for next week. You know, this is a really fun way to end the week, with our first dragon fight since we took on Elvarg. And we'll just quickly grab some bat bones, because we're going to need those next week as well. A quick look at the week 18 stats, the big highlights being 8 mining and 3 Herblore levels. And a peek at the bank as well, cash stack's not looking so great. With Hero's Quest in the rearview mirror, we're starting this week with the Watchtower quest. This quest rewards us with a nice chunk of magic XP and should serve really well to jumpstart our magic training for the week, all while still keeping us moving towards the quest cape. This quest begins just outside of Yanil, where the Watchtower Wizard enlists our help to recover 4 magical crystals that were recently stolen by the ogres and their scabbard servants. Unfortunately, getting those crystals back isn't so simple. Our first job is earning the trust of the nearby ogres to gain access to their city by recovering artifact pieces. One ogre chieftain wants his stolen gold returned, another wants us to settle a dispute by literally knocking out somebody's tooth, and the third is more interested in just chewing on dragon bones. But once we get all of the artifact pieces, we're able to just walk right into the city. Once inside, we're able to start investigating the location of the last remaining crystals, and of course, that involves bribing several guards to get further into the city. Once we complete an ogre riddle and get our hands on a scavid cave map, we can go meet several of the weird little creatures who teach us a bit of their language. Eventually, we stumble across a scavid who actually has possession of one of the crystals, which he gives to us. We'll pick some conveniently placed cave nightshade nearby, and then head over to the ogre shaman cave. Once we realize we're in over our head, we'll head back to the Watchtower wizard, who hooks us up with a magical potion that instantly kills the shamans. Once we take out all the shamans, we can recover the gem from the last one. And the fourth and final is hidden in the nearby rock of Dalgoth, and we just have to mine it out. With all 4 crystals returned to their proper place, that'll be quest complete. We're rewarded with 4 quest points and a nice chunk of magic XP, enough to jump us up to 55 and unlock high-level alchemy. With a little time left in the hour, we're going to head back to Alderaan and spend the rest of the day cutting gems. Not because I find it particularly fun or we need the crafting experience, but because every single sapphire, emerald, and ruby sold puts us one step closer to stocking up on thousands of Firestrike casts so we can push forward training Magic and Slayer. Magic is quickly becoming one of our best combat styles, not to mention all of the utility and teleport spells we can benefit from. Day 128, we're picking up right where we left off yesterday, back in Alderaan. We're going to end up spending about half of today as well cutting gems, again, so we can keep working on building up that cash stack. I have big plans for the first 100k that we just made, but I decided to keep pushing with a little more gem cutting. For once, I want to end one of my shopping sprees with a little cash left in the bank still. 150k should do the trick, so we're off to go shopping. First up is a trip back over to the Scorpion Catcher guy. Thormak here is able to upgrade our Fire Battle Staff to a Mystic Fire Staff, giving it slightly better melee and magic stats. And then, we're gonna sink like 70k into runes. I decided I wanted to bank up about 5,000 Firestrike casts so we can work on more magic training. Alright, now that we're stocked up on runes, it's time to put them to use. But first, we have to pick up a Slayer task, and this one's a little bit different. We've finally worked our way up to taking on some of Vannika's tasks, which are definitely a step up in terms of difficulty and loot quality from what we'd been doing earlier. These Anku, for example, aren't just better for XP, they're also dropping quite a few law runes. Law runes are important. The more law runes we have, the more teleports we can cast, and the faster we can get around the map. If only they sold law runes in the Varrock rune shop. Always love to see a hit points level. Any bit of survivability is always welcome. And with the Anku task wrapped up, I've got a little bit of time left, so I decided to head over, grab the Hellcat from the bank, and finally trade him in for some more death runes. I kind of feel bad trading in our Hellcat, but we can always go pick up a new kitten, which of course we will, and we now have George the Fish to keep us company anyway. And speaking of fish, we're going to spend the rest of the hour over in the Rogue's Den cooking up some of the fish that we've gotten from Temperos. Between training Slayer, upcoming quests, and, well, me being just generally bad at the game, we're going to need a reliable stockpile of food, and now's the time to start putting it together. Day 130, we'll be taking on the infamous One Small Favour. But not before we burn and cook our way through all of the rest of the fish from Temperos that we have stocked up in the bank. And along the way, we end up grabbing not one, but actually 2 cooking levels. Every one puts us a little bit closer to not burning these fish. And with our food supplies topped up, we're headed over to Shiloh Village to start on One Small Favour. Except, if you've ever played it before, you'll already know that the name is a little misleading. one small favor turns into another, turns into another, turns into another, and another, and another, until we've run halfway around Gielinor and back, all just for one small favor. And unlike the smaller scale version of this that we did during the Fremennik trials a while back, this really does take us all over Gielinor. We made it all the way to Varrock so far, and we're still just getting started. By the end of this, we'll have ended up talking to gnomes, ogres, humans from all different types, dwarves, and apparently literally anybody that we come across. I mean, at this point, if you guys need any small favors, I guess just let me know in the comments down below. We'll make sure to have Jagex add them to the quest. And by the end of the hour on day 130, we're still not even done setting up all of the tasks. We still have a couple more loose ends to tie up tomorrow before we can finally start running back through everybody and turning in all of the favors. Picking up day 131 where we left off yesterday, all that's left is wrapping up the last few favors. We have to make our way over to Rance and the Gnome Glider Captain. Once we're done cutting these gems for him, we're finally on the downhill slide part of this quest. With every stop on our quick run back through Gielinor, another problem gets solved, another item gets handed over, and somehow we finally start working our way towards Shiloh Village. It may be a slow and indirect journey, but at least we're on the way back. Half of these are just as simple as talking to the person who originally asked us for the favor, maybe handing over an item. A couple of them involve surviving combat, a few involve crafting, we end up having to actually fix a weather vane of all things along the way. And finally, after helping what feels like half of Gielinor owe and repay each other a favor, we're back in Shiloh Village where it all started. After shouting at Yanni about all of the favors we had to complete, we're rewarded with 2 quest points and 2 antique lamps, each granting us 10,000 XP and a skill of our choice. Both of which I immediately put into Herblore, bumping us from 37 to 42 and unlocking prayer potions. Maybe the biggest unlock on the account so far. After one small favor, I decided to just decompress by picking up another Slayer task. And of all things, we got Fire Giants. Feels so nice to be back in the Waterfall Dungeon. We haven't been down here since the days of the hunt for the Rune Scimitar. You know, I really wouldn't mind getting my hands on another one. Now that we've got high-level alchemy unlocked, that'd actually be a decent amount of cash. Day 132, we're putting one small favor behind us and continuing with the Fire Giant task. And the goal is simple. Make some progress toward the 59 magic requirement for Family Crest, all while slowly banking up more Slayer XP. Now so far, the drops from the Fire Giants haven't been anything crazy. We've gotten a few dozen rune arrows, we got a bone for the Rag and Bone Man too, and we're starting to get a decent supply of herbs here. Until we ended up hitting the rarest drop on the account yet, a rune spear. Which turns out from Fire Giants is actually slightly worse than 1 in 10,000 odds per Fire Giant killed. I'm not sure how useful a rune spear's going to be for us, but I am going to hold off on alching it, at least for now, until I figure out if it's required for any quests, or if it serves any particularly useful purpose for us. If nothing else, just getting the rune spear drop at all is pretty cool. Hitting something that rare, even if it's not the most useful thing on that table, is still pretty cool. With the idea of setting up a quest for next week in mind, I started day 133 by prepping items for King's Ransom. Unfortunately, it ended up taking me about 20 minutes of running around carrying about in my exercise of futility to realize that the quest also requires 65 defense. After admitting defeat, at least for now, we're headed back over to trade in our cat, pick up a new stack of death runes, and grab a new kitten, before finally heading back to work on finishing up that Fire Giant task. You know, I really wish we were able to take advantage of our Mystic Fire Staff here. Kinda sucks that we need the unlimited water runes from the Water Staff. I'll have to look into where I can get my hands on a water battle staff. After one more Slayer level, unfortunately, tragedy strikes. I may have been AFK for a very quick bathroom break, and managed to die and get sent back to Lumbridge by the fire giants. Not exactly my proudest moment, but fortunately we were able to recover everything from our gravestone and carry on with the fire giant task. We're able to wrap up the week with a very productive finish, just barely able to finish out that fire giant task before we have to call it quits. A quick look at the week 19 stats. Highlights are definitely the magic and herb lore levels. And a brief look at the week 19 bank. And without further ado, let's get into week 20. We're starting out the week by picking up another Slayer task from Vanica. After a quick detour back to the bank for the cash stack I forgot, we'll grab ourselves a mirror shield and head off to take on the cockatrice. As for the cockatrice, they're not exactly known for their incredible loot. Realistically, we're just hoping for a few herbs, maybe a couple runes, and a little bit of magic experience along the way. I'm definitely looking forward to getting the Slayer level up a little bit higher so we can start getting some actual alchable loot. That way, a 5k expense like a mirror shield doesn't put such a hurt on the cash stack. And about 25 minutes into the task, the loot god, RNGesus, decided to take pity on us.
Oh, holy oh my god. We got light mystic boots. I was plugging my phone in. I can't believe that. That's like the one good drop, and it's a 1 in 512 here. Oh, nice. That's a +3 magic attack for us. That's amazing. Holy sh**, another pair of the boots.
Honestly, I still can't believe we managed to get 2 pairs of the boots in one task. 2 1 in 512 drops in one Slayer task is absolutely insane. Either way, the Mystic Boots are going to be a really solid magic gear upgrade for us going forward. Now the only question left is, with 2 pairs, should I alch one or hold on to the other pair just in case I die again and lose a pair? Day 135, we're wrapping up our cockatrice task to start out the day. No more crazy loot, no more Mystic Boots today, but you really can't complain. The Magic and Slayer XP is nice, and this will actually end up putting us 1 task away from 20 tasks and another set of bonus reward points. Next up, we're grabbing some herbalore supplies and we're headed down to Rimington to pick up some snape grass and create our very first prayer potions on this account. With that taken care of, it's back over to Vanica for our next Slayer task. This time, we're being sent after the ogres we met during Watchtower quest, another great task to continue training our magic as we work towards the main goal for the week. That level 59 magic requirement that's holding us back from Family Crest. Before we jump straight into more questing, this is a good chance to pick up some extra Slayer experience first, as we don't want to let it lag behind too far. Plus, I really want to unlock Broadbolts, so we're going to need a lot more reward points. We're kicking off day 136 with a Nakra's Lament, another quest that's been sitting on the to-do list for a while, but it does require a bit of item prep first. Then we can head out into the Kourend desert and meet a man named Lazim who enlists our help. He needs us to mine him a bunch of sandstone and help him to build a massive, opulent statue in the middle of the desert for some totally not suspicious reason. Now, unfortunately, I forgot to bring any water skins, so I'm just consistently taking heat damage throughout the entire process too. And what, you might ask, are we going to be rewarded with for all of our hard work? That's right. We're going to get shoved into a giant hole. It turns out Lazim isn't really a sculptor, he just wanted our help to break into this magical temple. And as the visions we see progressing throughout the temple reveal, it's a temple dedicated to the evil god Zamorak. So, yeah, you know, definitely nothing suspicious, nefarious, nothing of that sort going on over here. We're definitely not going to manage to get ourselves embroiled in a centuries-long feud between 2 immensely powerful Majorat beings or anything crazy like that. I mean, that would just be wild. Yeah, turns out once we complete a series of quick puzzles and meet the Bone Guard, that's exactly what we do. So in order to solve the magical puzzle here, we're just going to build a stone wall, I guess. I guess a stone wall is all that it takes to stop a magical control spell. But who am I to complain? Once we finish up the last cutscene, we're rewarded with quest completion, and most importantly, our 7,000 magic XP. Luckily, we also pick up a mining level and a crafting level. That's a nice one, as it'll allow us to work towards a Ring of Wealth. Next, we have to pick up some swamp tar in the Lumbridge swamps, then head over near Relica to start Horror from the Deep. We meet Larissa near the lighthouse, and it turns out that her boyfriend has gone missing, and she's lost her key to let herself into the lighthouse to look for him. To pick up a spare, we have to make our way over towards the Barbarian Agility course, where we can find her cousin Gunnyorn. With the lighthouse unlocked, we have to help repair the actual light fixture up top. Then we can head into the dungeon, or should I say basement below, where we find Guthix. Before we're able to get him out and rescue him, though, we're quickly ambushed by a Dagannoth. Unfortunately, defeating it isn't quite the end, as its mother shows up and is pretty upset that we just took out one of its babies. The Dagannoth mother has some pretty interesting mechanics for how old this quest is. We have to constantly be switching between different elemental attack types and even bashing the thing with our staff. But, fortunately, our hard work pays off. We're rewarded with a nice mix of XP, and we actually picked up 59 magic during the fight, plus a bonus level each in ranged and strength, and a god book that we will almost certainly never have enough pages to fill. With 59 magic finally behind us, it's time to tackle the main goal we've been working toward all week, Family Crest. But first, we have to do a bit of fishing to grab some items. With everything secured, we can head over to Varrock, where Dimithius Fitzharmon enlists our help to recover 3 different pieces of his family crest from his sons. The crest was split in 3 after a family falling out, and we have to track down each son. Fortunately, Caleb just wants us to exchange some fish with him, and gives us a lead on another brother, Avon. We end up finding Avon near the Alcarid mine, and his request is a little bit less simple. He wants us to track down perfect gold and make him flawless ruby jewelry. Unfortunately, the perfect gold ore is hidden within the Witchhaven dungeon and protected both by a puzzle reminiscent of the one from Ernest the Chicken and a pack of hellhounds. Once we get our hands on 2 ore, we just have to craft the jewelry, and once we give it to Avon, he tells us that we can find his brother Jonathan in the Jolly Boar Inn near Varrock. After giving Jonathan an anti-poison, he tells us that he lost his piece of the family crest to the demon Chronozone, so we have to go defeat it. Doing so requires that hard cap of 59 magic, as we have to hit it with each of the elemental blast spells. With the demon defeated and the crest reassembled, we can return it to Dimithius, who rewards us with the steel gauntlets. We're able to imbue these with different skill effects. I'm starting out with the Chaos Gauntlets, which should be a nice magic upgrade for us. With Family Crest finally in the rearview mirror, we're shifting gears for the rest of the week. We're gonna start by spending the rest of the day over in Alderaan cutting gems and rebuilding the cash stack for our next big gear upgrade, ending the hour just short of 50k. Day 138, we've got most of the questing for the week behind us, so it's time to take on one of the less glamorous parts of being an Iron Man. Making money. But I'm sick and tired of the adamant full helm that we've been wearing. It looks too newbie, so I've decided we need to get our hands on a Berserker helm this week. That's going to end up costing us 78k. But we're not stopping there. I still want to have somewhat of a cash stack left in the bank when we're done. I don't want to have to run back here to Alderaan to cut more gems the very next time we need runes or something like that. And by the end of the day, we had a pretty healthy cash stack going. We ended with just about 130k. Day 139, we're in the home stretch, but I decided to continue on with just a little bit more gem cutting today. We were getting really lucky with stock in the shops for the first bit for the session, so I just had to keep going. I mean, we were making pretty good money. Within the first 15 minutes or so, I ended up at 169k. And at this point, it just became a personal challenge for me. I wanted to hit 200k and by far the biggest cash stack we've seen so far on the account. So that's exactly what I was gonna do. With our goal met and the cash safely in our inventory, we can head up to Relica and pick up our first helmet upgrade in a while, the Berserker Helm. This helmet's a classic for a reason. Its strength bonus is going to be huge for us. And of course we had to go test it out, so what better thing to do than finish up that Ogre Slayer task we'd started earlier in the week. With our rune armor, our Berserker Helm, and our Dragon Scimitar, we're finally starting to look like a proper, respectable Iron Man. From here, I think our next upgrade goal is clear. We have to work on leveling up our attack and strength so we can gain access to the Warriors Guild and upgrade our Defender from the Muletto we got early on from Brutus. Day 140, we're going into the final day of the week by finishing strong on our Ogre Slayer task. This ended up being our 20th Slayer task in total, which gives us a nice reward point boost, putting us at 184. With our Slayer task finally put to bed, it's time to take on a Soul's Bane. This quest has us helping a mother search for her missing son, eventually leading us into a strange rift where we're forced to experience the emotions that have kept him trapped for years. Each section within the rift has different mechanics unique to it, but there's one thing that they all share in common. They force us into different combat trials. From swapping between different weapons to defeat monsters in the rage section, searching through dark holes while overcoming fear, figuring out which enemies are real during the confusion, and battling creatures that refuse to stay undead. This dungeon really has it all. And finally, after we manage to take down the last of the creatures between us and the end of the dungeon, we find Tolna. His mind has been warped and mutated, and so is this representation of his form. We have to defeat all 3 different creatures that are attacking us to release him. With the family reunited, we can finally return to the surface and complete the quest. We're rewarded with a nominal amount of defense and hit points XP, but more importantly, it frees us up to be able to take on another task for the Varrock Medium Diary, which we'll be tackling next week. And to finish out day 140, we're gonna end with something we've really been slacking on lately. A farming run. We really need to get back into the habit of doing our farming runs more frequently. I mean, we have several quests that we're being held up by for our farming requirements, plus we just need herbs for herb lore training and prayer potions now. We'll end the week with a quick look at the stats like always, a couple of magic, strength, even an herb lore level this week. And the bank's looking a bit healthier, over 100k up in the top corner. Like we said, this week is all about finishing achievement diaries for herb lore XP to meet the Legends Quest requirements, and that means starting out with the Garden of Tranquility. Queen Elamaria rather rudely demands that we help fill the royal garden with exotic plants, which of course means convincing gardeners from all across Gielinor to help. But first, we're headed over to Draenor Village to meet with the Wise Old Man. Apparently, we're not smooth enough to convince the gardeners to help us without magical influence, so we need the Wise Old Man to upgrade our Ring of Kairos. With that done, Elstan near Falador agrees to give us the first batch of seeds we need, but only after we grow some marigolds for him. And that's going to become a bit of a pattern. Lyra near Port Phasmatis wants some onions, and Kragan near Ardi asks for cabbages, so we're going to be running around getting those planted before we head off to work on the next parts of the Queen's Garden. After all, these are going to need some time to grow. Plus, there's always the possibility we get unlucky and some of the plants don't survive. Next up, Dentera points us in the direction of a white tree from which we can take a cutting to take to the garden. And then things get interesting. Brother Althric doesn't like the power contained within our Ring of Kairos, so he makes us throw it down a well before we can take the seeds. Fortunately, we are able to fish the ring back out after the quest. Finally, Bernold in Berthorpe needs us to literally invent a new and improved type of plant cure before he'll give up any of his precious vine seeds. And speaking of plant cures, I'm glad I had a couple extras sitting with the leprechaun. My marigolds got diseased, and I managed to get back just in time to save them. Unfortunately, our luck over in Port Phasmatis wasn't nearly as good. Both onion allotments died, forcing us to start over from scratch. So then I spent the entire rest of the hour doing something I never thought I'd be doing again. Training combat on chickens. Simply because they're close by and I want to keep an eye on these onions. I really don't want to have to plant them a third time.
We're picking up day 142 right where we left off yesterday, collecting our last 2 sets of seeds after successfully growing our second set of onions and our first set of cabbages. You know, these are sort of like our first farming contracts now that I think about it. Anyway, now we can head back to the Varrock Palace garden and plant all the seeds we've collected. It's honestly pretty satisfying watching the new royal garden come together, especially the white tree in the middle. And of course, while we wait for the plants to start growing, the queen wants us to go get some statues for her garden. And instead of doing something cool like commissioning a local artist to make them for her, she just has us go steal them from other kingdoms around Gielinor. I mean, I guess I'm not one to argue, it keeps us employed. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, pushing these statues around is weirdly a lot of fun. Once the statues are in place, all that's left is waiting for everything to grow, so I'll use the downtime to grab a few items for our next quest, and we'll meet you back here for a cool cutscene. And by cool, I mean we get to watch the king complain about everything that we just ran around collecting for his new garden. Now that I think about it, I think almost every experience we've had with King Roald has involved him being rude to us or somebody else. But either way, it's quest complete, a nice chunk of farming XP for us, and more importantly, another step toward the Varrock Medium Diary and the Herblore XP we need to take on Legends Quest. Next up, we're starting Enlightened Journey on Intrana, where apparently one of the monks have decided to join the Gnome Glider captains in taking to the skies. Using all of the materials that we collected ahead of time, we'll conduct a few small-scale balloon experiments before moving on to the full-size model, but unfortunately, the small-scale ones have a tendency, as our character continues to point out, to go up in flames. Hopefully it won't be a problem for the one that we're actually piloting. After collecting some sand at the sand pit nearby, we can deliver the first round of materials, but unfortunately that's where we'll have to stop for now. We still need 12 willow branches to finish the balloon basket, so before we can continue, we'll have to grow ourselves an entire willow tree. To start day 143, I decided why not go hang out in one of my least favorite places in the game, the wilderness. Between the wilderness, the western provinces, and the Varrock Diaries, there's enough Herblore XP waiting in those reward lamps to completely skip one of the most tedious skill requirements we're facing for Legends Quest. As soon as we finish helping the ZMI figure out the secrets of rune crafting and complete Enter the Abyss, we'll be able to go ahead and get started on the Wilderness Easy Achievement Diary. We've already got one task knocked out before we ever even get started. The first couple are pretty easy. We just have to drop a bunch of spider eggs, collect some iron ore, make a quick dash through the abyss and into one of the altars, and then things get a bit more interesting. We're still skulled from entering the abyss, and we have to take on a mammoth and run past a few other big scary creatures. Then we have to run literally from one corner of the wilderness all the way over to the other, to the King Black Dragon enclosure, take out an Earth Warrior, and then we can finally go claim our reward lamp and our associated 2500 Herblore experience. We're headed up next to the Piscatorius Hunter area to get started on the Western Province's Easy Achievement Diary, but as is typical for me, the plan didn't last very long. Instead of catching one copper longtail for an achievement diary task, I decided I was going to spend the rest of the hour going for level 11 Hunter. I know I'm going to need it for the Fremennik achievement diary later, and I'm already here with Trapped, so I might as well just knock it out. Day 144 starts out exactly how we hoped it would, quickly finishing off 11 Hunter before getting right back to work on the Western Province's achievement diary. At this point, most of our remaining tasks are going to end up taking place inside one of my favorite locations in the game, mostly for nostalgia purposes, the Tree Gnome Stronghold. In my opinion, this place is definitely right up there with Draenor Village and the Lumbridge Castle for most nostalgic spots in Old School RuneScape. Our next 2 tasks do take us outside the area. First to mine some iron ore back in Piscatorius, then we have to teleport to and complete a game of Pest Control. Pest Control is one of my favorite minigames in RuneScape, and it got me thinking, is it worth grinding out void equipment on the 1 hour Ironman? I'm not sure if the juice is worth the squeeze on that one. Let me know what you guys think down below. And unfortunately, our last task is a bit less enjoyable. We have to collect a chompy bird hat from Rance the Ogre, which means killing 30 of the birds. I guess we'll be spending the rest of the day with our ogre bow in hand, putting in some work.
Day 145 starts with just 5 chompy birds standing not just between us and freedom, but between us and finishing the Western Province's easy achievement diary, and with the accompanying achievement reward lamp, getting ourselves level 44 Herblore, leaving just one more level to go. And now that you've had plenty of time to think that I forgot, we're finally heading back to Varrock to collect the willow branches that we need to finish Enlightened Journey. Or at least the first half of them. It takes another 30 minutes for them to regrow, so we'll be running around the Varrock area getting started on some of the achievement diary tasks that we do already have all the requirements done for. Fortunately, most of these are going to be pretty straightforward, but unfortunately, one of them ends up costing us 30k just to make some planks. Our next task involves unlocking the Digside Amulet, so we have to spend a few minutes cleaning some finds in the Varrock Museum. Fortunately, we do get lucky pretty early, and I've got a couple of cosmic runes in the bank, so we can go ahead and activate the teleport. That leaves us with about 10 minutes before the willow branches are going to regrow, so I figured I might as well get in a few laps around the Varrock agility course. We've been neglecting our agility training lately, and staying nearby means we can jump right back into Enlightened Journey as soon as the branches are ready. First up, when we get to the island, we have to craft the basket for the balloon, and then take a quick detour of shame to go get the tinderbox that I accidentally left in the bank. And after that, we can get on to the most predictable part of the quest, which of course is watching me manage to get through the first 2 of these puzzles and then screw it up on literally the last one. Fortunately, with just a couple of minutes left, we were able to get it done on the second try. And that is finally quest complete and access to the balloon transit system. Day 146 starts out with one last balloon ride, but most importantly, wrapping up the final task for the Varrock Medium Diary and picking up our 45th Herblore level. At this point, we're down to just 3 skills remaining. Level 50 Thieving, Level 52 Mining, and Level 50 Smithing. We'll be spending the rest of the week tackling these requirements. We'll start by heading over to Draenor Village, where we're going to spend a bit of time relieving the master farmer of his seed collection. After all, our stockpile in the bank is getting low, and we need to keep working on our farming training anyway. I'm especially low on herb seeds, and I'm completely out of tree and fruit tree seeds, so I'm hoping to get lucky here today. I may not have gotten any fruit or tree seeds, but hey, I did get level 50 thieving, and that's what we were really here for in the first place. That leaves us next to take on level 52 mining. And what better place to get started than the good old Motherlode Mine? Well, we came here for the mining XP, but I guess I'm not going to argue with a free smithing level along the way. We're going to need a few more of those too. Originally, my plan was to spend the rest of the day here at Motherlode Mine, but after thinking it over, I decided to change course. We've already banked up over 700 coal from our previous trips down to the Motherlode Mine, and we've got almost nothing to smelt with it. So I figured we'd be better served spending the rest of the day collecting iron ore. Day 147 starts exactly how we hoped it would, with our final mining level within literal seconds of starting the day. But we're not leaving the iron rocks just yet. We've still got a lot of coal sitting in the bank waiting for us, so I'm sticking around long enough to mine the rest of the iron ore we're going to need to use up all of our coal. To speed this process up, I did end up using my very last 2 cosmic runes that I had in the bank to enchant 2 rings of dueling. Now I can use the Arty Cloak to teleport right to the monastery iron ore whenever I need to mine, and use the rings to teleport to a bank quickly at Castle Wars. Now that I've evened out a rough 2-to-1 ratio of coal to iron ore, it's time to head up to Edgeville to get smelting. I could, and probably, now that I'm thinking about it, should be doing this at the blast furnace, but to be honest, I just didn't want to deal with it today, so I'm just gonna start smelting here, and we'll worry about maybe doing the blast furnace next week. At this point, it's obviously not looking good to finish up 50 smithing this week, but at least we can get to 43. That leaves us with just one last obstacle for next week. As always, we'll close with a quick look at the week's stat improvements. The highlight, of course, is those 2 hard-earned Herblore levels.
We're starting the week facing down our final skill requirement for Legends Quest. We've made some big progress last week and knocked out several skills, but we still have 50 smithing standing between us and the title of Legend. Fortunately, we did manage to bank up a decent amount of gold last week, and with the help of our trusty goldsmith gauntlets from the family Crest quest, we're cashing in now on some serious smithing XP. We needed more gold bars anyway, since we need more teleport jewelry, so it's really a win-win situation for us today. We'll need more cosmic runes to actually make the jewelry, but that's something to worry about later. For now, we're headed over to the Varrock Anvil so we can work on smithing out all of the steel bars we made last week. Looks like the two-handed swords have the best elk value for what we currently have unlocked, so I guess that's what we're rolling with. It'll be nice to bank up a few alchable items anyway. There's no arguing with it, it's definitely just more efficient to carry around some alchables and do it as you're questing or doing agility, so we better take advantage. Speaking of alchable equipment, there we go, that steel plate legs and plate skirts unlocked. Definitely a better return on investment for the rest of our steel bars today. With our stockpile of smithing supplies thoroughly decimated, we're headed over to train our skills the only way we know how, by questing. Starting out, we're going to take on the giant dwarf. We get to watch a really cool and cinematic cutscene, especially for 2005, I think, is when this quest came out. But unfortunately, it ends with the boat that we're on crashing into a giant statue that's very important to these dwarves. Now, I think it's worth noting that we weren't actually in control of the boat. The dwarf that took us there was. I don't know why we're getting blamed for this, but we're on the hook for repairing the statue, so we might as well just get to it. First and foremost, we have to identify and help recreate the garb and equipment belonging to the ancient dwarf king that the statue we destroyed was depicting. Fortunately, this is actually pretty straightforward. We can get most of what we need right here in Keldagrim. It involves a little larceny. We have to steal some boots from this man. Next up, we have to recover and repair the ancient axe that's believed to have belonged to the king. Of course, like many quests in RuneScape that involve repairing items or smithing items, we have to go bribe Thurgo with a red berry pie to help us out. And then we have to spend the rest of the hour gaining favor with one of the 8 companies that are in charge of this dwarven consortium. Day 149, we'll pick up the giant dwarf just where we left off. We have to commit to supporting the Brown Engine Company's director in getting the statue committed in his likeness. We're treated to a really fun visual glitch on some of the council members during the cutscene. It really distracts from how dramatic this is supposed to be. I mean, we just barge in and help declare this guy to be the most important one. Typical RuneScape character inserting themselves into foreign dwarf politics. Either way, that's quest complete. We're rewarded with our 2500 smithing XP. It's enough to level us up to 47, just 3 levels to go. And finally, we have an excuse to get back to doing a little bit of sailing, something that I've been wanting to do for a long time. We tried it out in one of the very first episodes of the series, and we haven't touched it since. As it turns out, the next sailing quest, Prying Times, actually rewards you a small amount of smithing XP. So technically, this is still on track. We're still training smithing. Our friend Steve Beanie here requests our help. He needs us to go sail all the way back to exactly where we came from and go pick up another crate for him. He claims this is not just a standard crate of freight. No, this is special pirate looty. Not booty. He always uses the term looty, which is fun, I'll admit. Next up, we have to craft a supposed key that will open this crate for us, but we're apparently not a skilled enough craftsman to do it ourselves. We have to go ask Thurgo for help once again. Now, the special key that we had made turns out to just be a pry bar, and the special pirate looty that we recovered turns out to be a crate of more pry bars. And what do we have to use that pry bar for, you might ask? Well, of course, we have to go break open mysterious floating crates and drink the contents. We now have drink charting unlocked, but more importantly, the quest is complete and we're rewarded with 1,000 smithing XP, also enough sailing XP to level us up, and the ability to purchase our brand new skiff called the Blasted Aegis. We actually got another pretty cool name. I think Fatal Anchor is a little bit better, but I can live with the Blasted Aegis. Of course, we had to spend a little time testing out our new skiff, so what better way to do so than a few port tasks? That really does open up a lot of options for us now. Now that we can have more than just a cargo hold on our ship, we could look at doing salvaging, we could look at doing ship combat, we could do all sorts of cool stuff. But for now, none of that matters, unfortunately. we still have to get our smithing up to level 50 to take on Legends Quest, the only real goal we're working on this week. In order to train more smithing, we need more supplies, so we're headed over to mine more gold. This spot near Brimhaven is pretty darn convenient, given that we can just make this quick run over, take a cart down to Shiloh Village, and bank up down there. And now we'll be spending the rest of the hour doing exactly that, just repeating the same loop, banking up as much gold ore as we possibly can. Normally, I actually quite like training or mining, but right now it's more of a necessary evil than anything. I could care less about the mining experience right now, we just have to get our hands on more smithing materials. Normally, I prefer to build up our skilling materials a bit more passively, maybe with a little bit of Wintertodt training or something similar like that, but in this particular instance, the focus is all on getting back to Legends Quest and building up that smithing level to 50 as fast as possible. Day 151, we're starting out just where we left off, mining gold ore here in Brimhaven. Level 54 mining. It's not exactly the level that we're here for, but, you know, it's a nice bonus along the way either way. This is still RuneScape after all. I mean, the whole point is number go up. We like watching those stat numbers increase. It makes me happy even if it's not the one that we're necessarily training. Just a couple more inventories of gold ore here, and I think we'll have pretty close to level 50 smithing in the bank. We'll take a fancy canoe all the way up to Edgeville so we can smelt all of our gold, take advantage of the goldsmith gauntlets. You really can't argue with an almost 250% increase in the amount of smithing XP. And that level 48 smithing is a big one. That unlocks steel plate bodies. That's going to be an awesome one for us going forward. It'll speed up our future smithing training, and it'll also give us a really nice way to build up alchemables in the bank. Unfortunately, it's looking like my mental calculations were slightly off. We end up hitting level 49 smithing, but I don't think I quite have enough banked up for level 50. With that in mind, we're shifting back to the preferred method for skilling training by not skilling and instead questing. We're headed down to the Giants Plateau to take on Sleeping Giants. Now, this ends up being less of an authentic quest and more just a bit of a kind of introduction or forced tutorial into the minigame. Honestly, it's probably for the best that we learn a bit about this minigame anyway. I have no clue if this is a viable place to be training our smithing, especially for an Ironman account. I'll definitely need to look into that, and we'll probably be back to spend a little bit of time here and see what it's all about. For now, though, we just care about getting the quest complete and that 6,000 smithing XP in the bank. That pushes us right up to level 50. In addition to Legends Quest, that also unlocks smelting mithril and mithril daggers. With that out of the way, there's just one more roadblock between us and Legends Quest. We have to get our hands on a rune axe. The quest requires either a rune or a dragon axe, and at this point, a dragon axe is kind of just out of the equation for us. Fortunately, the rune axe is actually not too bad to get your hands on. It's dropped at a pretty common rate of 1 in 32 from the nature spirits here in the Enchanted Valley. So with that, it's time to buckle up and work on fighting some nature spirits in hopes of hunting down that elusive rune axe. Well, hopefully it's not very elusive. It definitely shouldn't be nearly as bad as when we were hunting the rune Scimitar. Unfortunately, no rune axe drop to close out day 152. Hopefully 153 is a bit more lucky. Again, it's only a 1 in 32 drop, so it shouldn't be too long before we pick one up. I really don't mind hanging out here in the Enchanted Valley. It's such a beautiful looking area. I mean, for Old School RuneScape, this area looks really great with vanilla graphics. Come to think of it, I don't know that I've ever seen this area with the 117 HD plugin turned on. I'm gonna have to make a point to come back here sometime and check that out. Let me know in the comments, do you guys prefer playing Old School RuneScape with the traditional old school graphics, or do you use the 117 HD plugin? I'll be really curious to know how everybody else enjoys the game. Alright, and just in time to give us a chance to work on Legends Quest before the end of the week, we get our Rune Axe drop. That's also going to be a really solid upgrade for us, just for general skilling. Now, we got the hardest thing, but there's still a few more items we need to get. A couple of runes are going to be the hardest ones. We have to head up into the wilderness to get our hands on some cosmic runes, because that's really the only place I know where to get them right now, is just their spawn point out here in the middle of the wilderness. And with how useful cosmic runes are for replacing our ever-dwindling stockpile of teleport jewelry, I decided to just sit out here for a little bit and collect like 30 of them before we head back. After all, those rings of dueling aren't going to replace themselves. Next up, we have to head over to the Rogue's Den, get our hands on a lockpick. And some papyrus. I've got most of the rest of the items we need in the bank. Day 154, we're picking up the very last item we need, a soul rune. Fortunately, the soul rune's pretty easy to get. We can grab one at the Arceus General Store. Then we can finally go introduce ourselves to Radimus Circle over at the Legends Guild and officially start the Legends quest. To prove ourselves worthy of becoming a member of the Legends Guild, we have to explore and map the Karazi jungle here on the south edge of Karamja. Once we finish detailing a map of the region, we can go ahead and trade it for one of the bull roarers, which is apparently some kind of, I don't know, weird noisemaker that we can use to attract the attention of a villager. The Karazi tribesman that we meet gives us a lead on Ungandulu, the tribe's missing shaman who can help us get our hands on the totem pole that we need to return to the Legends Guild. Ungandulu, unfortunately, is suffering from the minor inconvenience that one might refer to as demonic possession. You know, just that everyday headache that one might have to deal with. In order to rescue Ungandulu, we have to make our way through the cave system nearby. When we finally get to the end, we have to use all the runes that we collected on the doorway in order to get let through. Then we have to use all of the gems that I already had in the bank, so fortunately I didn't have to spend a bunch of time running around on these little pillars. We're rewarded with the binding book that lets us craft the golden bowl that we need. With that, we can secure the holy water that we have to take back to Ungandulu in order to force the demon out and finally defeat it. This fight really makes me grateful that we spent the time unlocking overhead protection prayers and getting ourselves prayer potions unlocked. Once we defeat the demon and Ungandulu's back to his old self, he decides to be a bit more helpful. He gives us the seeds that we need to make our totem pole. Unfortunately, however, the spring of purified water that we needed to germinate the seeds has dried up. And the source of the water is in a cave so dangerous that the Karazi tribesman has to make us a special bravery potion so we don't lose our mind trying to find it. It sounds like finishing Legends Quest next week is going to be quite the adventure. And as always, we're going to end the week with a quick look at the stats. All of those quest requirements are really forcing us to do some nice training. And a quick peek at the bank. Without further ado, let's get into day 155 and see if we can't finally conquer Legends Quest. Last week, we finished the last requirements and the first half of Legends Quest, so if you haven't seen that yet, make sure you check it out here. To get started, we have to make our way deeper than ever before into the jungle cave we discovered when we started Legends Quest last week. Inside, we discover one more test of our combat skills. We have to defeat a series of 3 undead warriors within the dungeon, collecting different items from them, at the end of which we'll forge together into a sort of key that lets us into the final room, where we can finally face our next challenge. Now, Legends Quest is interesting for one reason among many. It happens to feature one of the few times that your character actually gets to choose one of 2 different ways to complete the quest. Will we take the easy way out, staying in the cave to do the definitively easier but more evil route, or will we teleport out and make the more heroic choice? Of course, as you can see here, we're gonna stick with our guns, and it means fighting the demon Nezekachad once again. Because apparently, nothing in Old School RuneScape can ever just be simple. With the demon defeated for a second time and access to the sacred water restored, we can finally focus on our last objective, creating a totem pole to bring back to the Legends Guild. In addition to the map of the Karazi jungle that we crafted last week, this totem pole is going to serve as the token of friendship that we were requested to bring back from the tribes. But like we said, nothing's ever simple, so we have to defeat the demon for a 3rd time before we can move on. And this time, with the demon defeated for the 3rd and final time, our character starts roasting him while we finish him off. And now, after the culmination of almost 6 months of the 1-hour Ironman challenge, we can return to the Legends Guild and claim our official title of Legend. And along with it, a completely game-changing amount of XP and a skill of our choice. Of course, that means sinking all 120k XP into Herblore, well over doubling our XP in the skill. And of course, we'll pick up a Legends Cape, a nice defensive equipment upgrade for us. Now, with less than 10 minutes left in the day, I decided we'll shift gears a little bit and do something a little more relaxing. We're headed over to the village of Castori on Varlamore. This place is a pretty cool way for Ironmen to train cooking. As you can see, all we're gonna do is just run around picking a ton of sweet corn, cooking it all in one of the nearby stoves, and then dropping it on the floor. Now you're probably asking yourself, Dolph, why do you care about training your cooking? Why not just train your fishing and your cooking together to be more efficient? Well, one simple reason. Our final recipe for Disaster Subquest requires 70 cooking, and unfortunately, we're quite a ways off. That means we'll be spending a good bit of our free time over the next couple weeks here in Castori. So far, this is turning out to be a pretty decent cooking method in terms of XP, especially for something that we can train just our cooking at once. If you guys know of any other decent methods for training just our cooking without having to spend a bunch of time fishing or doing something else first, let me know for sure. As fortune has it, we actually need a sweet corn for our next quest anyway. Or rather, I should say our next recipe for disaster subquest, that is. Throw in the vanilla bean we found during Legends Quest and a spare Dramen branch from Lost City, and we've got everything we need to go save Ceramic of the White Knights. In order to unfreeze Ceramic, we'll have to make a creme brulee using all of the ingredients we already gathered, plus an egg from the evil chicken. Of course, in order to find the evil chicken, we have to go ask the wise old man for help, then head over to its lair, and defeat a level 159 chicken with a max hit of 21. Fortunately, we can just pray away all the damage though. And next up, we can take out one of the nearby black dragons. Defeating one of these dragons will reward us with a token that we can use to summon a fairy dragon to bake the brulee for us. Apparently, this special brulee requires a particular type of dragon fire, and we can't just hold it up in front of one of these black dragons in combat to bake it. Oh nice, that was a combat achievement too. Anyway, with the dragon defeated, we can summon the fairy dragon to finally bake the brulee, we can return to Ceramic and finish up the subquest. That one's a big one. It gave us enough XP for a cooking level, and it lets us upgrade to Rune gloves. A huge glove slot upgrade for us going forward. And lastly, to wrap up day 156, I decided to relax with a quick beginner clue scroll from the bank. It ended up being just a little bit underwhelming. Day 157 will be shifting gears a bit, but first, I wouldn't want my other beginner clue scroll to get lonely in the bank. That just seems rude. This one ended up having 2 steps, and it did turn out a little bit better than the last one, but honestly not by too much. But it doesn't matter. I enjoy doing the clue scrolls, and I wanted to free up the spot to be able to get them dropped again. Next, we're heading over to meet Otto near the Barbarian Outpost to start the Barbarian Skilling Training mini-quest. At the moment, we only really care about the fire-making portion of this. Completing the first half of the fire-making portion gives us access to the Ancient Cavern and all of the monsters in the game that can drop a Myth Grapple. The Myth Grapple is one of the only things left that's stopping us from completing several more of the easy and medium achievement diaries, and I've been scheming up ways to find one for a while now. Unfortunately for us, the monsters in the Ancient Cavern are just a little too powerful for us. We are severely outclassed, and I'm very quickly running through all of my prayer points and all of the lobsters I had left. And when I said all of the lobsters, I mean all of them. I'm basically out of food, so we're going to be heading over to Temperos for the rest of the day to work on building up some rewards, which will hopefully give us a steady supply of not just more lobsters. I would love to get my hands on some raw swordfish as well. I know I said that I was outclassed by all the monsters in the Ancient Cavern, but I'm still not giving up the idea of getting our hands on a Myth Grapple. We did manage to take down a few monsters before we had to teleport out, and it is only a 1 in 43 drop rate. So it's not impossible that if we load up on some swordfish and lobsters and head back, we might just get lucky. Then we could realize our dreams of getting more Herblore XP after that 120k boost we got earlier. I really don't feel like training Herblore the old-fashioned way. Building up herbs is a slow process. It's not something I really want to have to do, but I really want one more Herblore level. One more Herblore level would let me finally go back and knock out the yellow quest that's in my quest log. We've left Fairy Tale 2 incomplete for far too long, and it's just been bothering me. If you didn't already know, We started Fairy Tale 2 a long time ago to unlock the teleportation method that you get, the fairy rings. But actually completing the quest required us to train up our farming and our herb lore. Now, we've long since met the farming requirement, but we're sitting exactly one level shy of the level 57 herb lore requirement. And honestly, the rewards for completing Fairy Tale 2 aren't that great. The big thing you're supposed to get from the quest is what you get halfway through it. Access to the teleportation network. Having access to the fairy rings is the big reward. So at this point, honestly, the only reward I want from the quest is finally green logging it so I don't have to keep scrolling past it being yellow and taunting me every single time I look through the quest log. But right now, we've got more pressing matters at hand. We still have to build back up the food supply before we can make any of that happen, and that means a few more matches of Temperos. Day 159, we're starting out with a little more Temperos. I decided I wanted to have over 40 rewards before we went ahead and fished them all out of the sea. There's no particular reason, 40 is a nice round number that I wanted to hit, and I think it'll give me a pretty good odds at hitting at least a couple of swordfish drops. And at about 15 minutes into the day, we've managed to complete 2 more matches of Temperos, hitting our goal of 40. And finally, we can go cash in those rewards. We got a few soaked pages, over 150 lobsters. We ended up getting almost a full inventory of swordfish as well, which is going to be huge. And of course, we have to go and actually cook the fish, so we're headed up to Edgeville to do just that. Hopefully Evil Dave's mom doesn't mind us running in and out of her front door repeatedly just to use her stove. I mean, she does kind of keep shutting the door on us. She's probably hinting for us to get out, but that's okay. It's one of the closer ranges to a bank, so we're gonna keep using it. I should absolutely be doing this in the rogue's den. I could definitely just be standing on one tile, cooking, and immediately turning around and banking without having to actually move. But that gets boring after a while. Every once in a while, I like to go train at one of the old training spots that everybody used to love. Sometimes I just like to do the less efficient thing, even though we're living under that 1 hour per day restriction. After all, yes, this account is meant to be a challenge, but it's still important for us to have a little fun while we're doing it. And with all of our fish cooking complete, we're freed up to do a little more questing before we end the week. But first, we have to head over to Rimington and get our hands on a little bit of lamp oil for this one. Then we can head down to the caves below Lumbridge and start on the Tears of Guthix. This quest is pretty quick and simple, taking place all within the immediate local area in the cave here. We just have to get across this gap, mine ourselves some stone, craft it into a bowl, and that's quest complete. The big reward is access to the Tears of Guthix minigame. This is something we'll be able to repeat every single week, and we'll be rewarded with a pretty decent amount of XP in our lowest level skill. It's definitely a nice way to get a little more XP in those skills that you just don't like training or that are a lot less efficient than others, so they tend to lag behind. For our first day, we end up getting 16 Hunter out of the deal. Not a bad reward. And for the rest of the hour, I decided to head over to Pest Control to do a little bit of my favorite minigame. In addition to me just liking playing Pest Control every once in a while, I do slowly want to chip away at the Void achievement set. I think it'd be a worthwhile thing to have on this account for different bosses and things that we'll be facing later on. Especially the ranged equipment set can still be pretty relevant for Ironman these days. I was genuinely surprised by how good the Easy Lander at Pest Control was going on day 160, so I decided to spend a little more time here on day 161. And this time I even remembered to grab those steel longswords out of the bank to Elk. They ended up going pretty quickly though. I'm gonna have to find something else that I can get a bunch more of, so we have some alkables for when we're doing activities like this, or running around, doing quests, things like that. And with about half of day 161 left after a few games of Pest Control, I figured we might as well do another quest, the Dwarf Cannon. This is one that a lot of people do much earlier on their account, but honestly, I don't have the money for a cannon or the time to craft a bunch of cannonballs on this account right now, so I just haven't bothered to do it. Anyway, after helping the dwarf captain log off with repairing his fence, we have to go help recover the body of one of his dwarf guards and track down that guard's missing son. You know, I don't want to be the one to bring up Ham, but maybe they had a point about the goblins after all. These guys did just come in and raid the place, kill a guy, and capture his son. Anyway, after a quick trip over to the Dwarven Mine to pick up the cannonball mold, we could just return it and complete the quest. And for the rest of the hour, I decided I'm just going to go ahead and start crafting some gold jewelry. I've got a ton of gold built up in the bank, and what better way to get rid of it than crafting the thing that'll sell for the most money. I've also been banking up cut gems for a while now, so next week we'll have to use up some of those with some of our gold bars as well. We definitely want to replenish our stockpile of teleport jewelry, it really comes in handy. And of course, we'll end the week with a quick look at our stats. The highlight absolutely being those 11 Herblore levels we jumped. The bank's not looking too bad either. So without further ado, let's get into it. Before we start focusing on Recipe for Disaster requirements or getting ready for Mage Arena, which will ultimately be the focus for the week, we're quickly going to wrap up the gold crafting we have left over from last week. Of course, we can always use some extra GP from selling the jewelry, but more importantly, I want to replenish our stockpile of teleport jewelry, namely Rings of Dueling and Games necklaces. Teleport jewelry is an indispensable resource for any Ironman account, and doubly so for us given our daily time restriction in-game. After all, every minute of travel time we save is a minute we can dedicate towards skilling or working on a new quest instead. Speaking of new quests, we're headed up near Relica to start Olaf's quest. I saw that it gives a massive 12,000 defense XP, and it should be pretty quick and easy, because it appears to all take place in the local Fremennik area. It doesn't really require us to travel or run around too much. The quest is pretty straightforward. Olaf needs our help to convince his family back in the Fremennik village of Relica that he's a notable explorer. So he carves up some driftwood and sends us to go take it back to his wife and son in the village. Next, we have to just straight up lie to this man's family. I don't know why it's so important to convince them that he's off in some tropical island exploring, but whatever, it's what we have to do to get the quest point. With the family drama out of the way, we can finally turn to the more exciting part of the quest, exploring a nearby ancient cave to try and find some treasure. It's supposed to be straightforward. Grab a key off a skeleton quick, finish a little puzzle at the door, then pass this agility check over the bridge. Now you're probably thinking, there's not even a minimum agility level listed for this quest. It's gotta be pretty easy, right? Wrong. I spent 15 minutes straight failing this over and over and over again. It feels like this is my punishment for saying earlier in the quest that this was going to be quick and easy since we don't have to leave the local area. Finally, mercifully, we make it across the bridge and we just have to take on the final battle. This ends up being pretty easy because we can use the skeleton's own grave to safe spot him. With the fight over, we're rewarded with quest completion, 12,000 defense XP, 20k coins. It ends up being enough to grab us a defense level up as well. Next, we're shifting gears. We're heading over to the village of Castori, which is literally entirely cornfields. So in other words, Castoria is RuneScape, Iowa, confirmed. It's a pretty simple loop. We just pick a bunch of raw sweet corn straight off of their fields, and then there's 2 ovens that we can use in different houses to just cook the corn and drop it right on the ground. It might not be the most exciting gameplay out there in Old School RuneScape, but it does come with the massive benefit of being one of the few ways that an Ironman can train their cooking without first having to spend time doing some other sort of activity, whether fishing, mini-games, anything you want to think of to gather a cookable resource. Now, I want to give a shout out to No Huevos, who commented on my last video and let me know about the Hosidius Mess Hall, which is an activity that I completely overlooked. It similarly requires no resources going into it and gives pretty good cooking XP from what I've seen. Unfortunately, by the time I got that comment, I had already completed all of this week's gameplay, so we won't be seeing any of that this week, but it is something to look forward to. It'll give us a way to at least spice up our training in our cooking, if nothing else, even if the XP ends up being similar. I haven't been tracking the exact cooking XP per hour here, which I probably should be now that I'm thinking about it. Day 164, we're starting out with a little bit more cooking training here in Castori, but don't worry, we won't be spending the entire day here like we did yesterday. I'm definitely glad that cooking ended up being one of our first high-level requirements for a quest. Training to 70 cooking on an Ironman is already a big enough challenge. I'm definitely glad to not have to be worrying about something slower like rune crafting or mining right now. Of course, that will come into play in the future. If we're going to reach the goal of a quest cape, we're eventually going to have to push all of our skills at least to level 50, and most end up having to hit the 60s or 70s. But for now, we can just celebrate level 63 cooking, which puts us exactly halfway to our goal of level 70. If you're not familiar with the XP spread in this game, every 7 levels requires you to double the amount of total XP, so we're halfway there. To celebrate, we'll be taking a quick break from our cooking training. We'll have to run over and pick up a few gold ore since I completely burned through all of mine. Then we can go start on the Between a Rock quest. The eccentric dwarf Dondikin requires our help to break through some strange magical rock in his cave, so we're going to be running around through all of dwarfdom trying to gather more information on cannonballs and this rock. Once we recover several pages from Rolad's book, we end up being able to put the book back together where we learn that apparently some kind of gold cannonball is going to be our best bet. Gold's a pretty soft metal. They point that out in the dialogue. I don't know how that's supposed to break through a big boulder, but it's what we're doing. With our golden cannonball crafted, we're going to spend our last few minutes of the day working our way back towards Dondikin the Dwarf. Day 165, we're picking up just where we left off, and we're going to start by firing our golden cannonball into the rock. It ends up making its way through the rock somehow, so a bit more research reveals the obvious solution. We have to make ourselves a golden helmet so we can shoot ourselves through the rock as well. Dwarf problems require dwarf solutions, I guess. With our golden helmet crafted and the dwarf schematics unscrambled, we're all ready for our next adventure. Our character, much like myself, is starting to have second thoughts about this idea as he's already loaded into the cannon, but unfortunately it's a bit too late. Once we make our way inside the rock, we're presented with our challenge. We have to make our way through the cave that we spawn inside of towards the final boss in the middle, and along the way, the more gold that we mine, the weaker we manage to make him. Now, fortunately, he only attacks with magic, so the fight's pretty straightforward. We can just protect magic the entire time, and then rely on our food for the last little bit. And with the Avatar of Magic defeated, we're rewarded with 2 quest points, 5,000 defense, mining, and smithing XP, and a rune pickaxe that we can alch. And lastly, before we get back to training our cooking, I wanted to take on our weekly Tears of Guthix minigame, something that we just unlocked last week. Keeping up with the weekly Tears of Guthix is going to be really important on this account. It's going to drag up the skills like runecrafting and hunter that I really just don't want to spend time doing the early training for. And then we're going to spend the rest of the day training our cooking over in RuneScape, Kestori. That 70 cooking requirement is still pretty daunting, but I'm so excited to finally be able to take on the last RFD subquest. It's keeping me pretty motivated to keep working on the cooking training. Now, after we get done with 70 cooking and that final subquest, we're still not out of the woods yet. We're going to have to take on Desert Treasure to be able to prepare ourselves for the final battles, too. So we've got that to look forward to. Desert Treasure will definitely be a bit of a step up from anything that we've taken on so far in terms of quest difficulty. Even Legends Quest doesn't quite come close. That's why I've been focusing on quests that give defense XP as a reward this week. Every little bit of survivability that we can get before we go into the RFD finale and Desert Treasure is going to be a huge lifesaver for us. All this cooking training is going to come into play with our survivability too. Every little upgrade we can make to our food sources along the way is absolutely going to help. With that in mind, I'll definitely have to spend a little more time either fishing or more than likely training it at Temperos. But as we often do, we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, all that matters is that monumental goal of level 70 cooking. We're definitely not going to hit it this week, but we're still going to keep trying to make as much progress as we can. That's our guiding light. Our North Star is making as much progress as we can for the week. I definitely want to hit 65 cooking. Day 167, we will be shifting gears to move to our second goal for the week, going back into the wilderness to complete Mage Arena. But first, we are going to stick around and knock out that goal of 65 cooking. Fortunately, we got pretty close on XP yesterday, so it's just a few minutes into the day that we hit level 65 cooking and we can move on. Before we can tackle Mage Arena, we need to pick up one more magic level. What better way to do it than making a little bit of money with some high alchemy? Fortunately, I didn't waste too much time before I remembered that we should definitely be doing this in the background while we work on training our rooftop agility nearby as well. I'm certainly not the most efficient RuneScape player out there, but it definitely does just feel bad to bank stand while we do our training. And we're almost exactly halfway through day 167 when we hit that 60 magic goal. That means we have unlocked the 3 god spells and access to the Mage Arena. Next up, we're headed to the general store in Arceus to grab some blood runes that it turns out I actually don't need. I thought you needed to cast the god spell 100 times, but that's for Mage Arena too. So in order to make back the money we just spent on unnecessary blood runes, we're going to go ahead and spend the time hopping worlds to sell all of our gold bracelets. Next up, we have to make our way through my least favorite place to be, the wilderness. The Mage Arena, of course, is all the way in deep level 50 plus wilderness in the very back near the resource area. Fortunately, there is a bank located in the Mage Arena, so we don't have to actually risk any items, but still, any time spent in the wilderness is never going to be a relaxing journey. Day 168, we're starting out right in front of the Mage Arena. Very convenient. Or at least it would be if I had remembered a knife or a slash weapon for the spider webs. Fortunately, thanks to all the time we spent training our prayer in the wilderness earlier on the account, I happened to remember that there's an iron scimitar we can go grab. Definitely beats a trip all the way back to Edgeville. Finally making it to the Mage Arena was definitely worth the detour. This rune shop is life-changing. I was out of law and cosmic runes and now we're loaded back up on both. The shopping opportunities are definitely a nice bonus, but we're here for a mini quest. We have to start out by speaking to Collodion nearby. He challenges us to a series of fights against his 5 forms. It ends up being pretty straightforward. This one turns out to be another case of just turn on Protect from Magic and wait it out. His final demon form took quite a while to chip away all of his health, so it ended up costing us a prayer potion or 2, putting a big dent in our stockpile. It was worth the investment, though. We got our hands on our God Cape. Of course, we're picking the Saradomin Cape. Let me know in the comments which one you guys would pick. I actually prefer Guthix in terms of the lore and the history, but honestly, the blue Saradomin Cape just looks so good with wizard robes and mystic gear. Either way, regardless of whichever God Cape you pick, it's a huge magic upgrade for any Ironman, honestly for any account. Now, we got lucky with our Mystic Boots from a Slayer task earlier in the account's history, but I definitely want to push for a few more magic levels so we can get inside the Wizards Guild and just buy ourselves the rest of a Mystic set. Our classic blue wizard hat and robes have served us well so far, but they really don't give us much in the way of offensive or defensive bonuses. And that's a wrap on week 24. As always, a quick look at the stats. Big highlights are definitely 5 cooking levels and 5 hunter levels. And just a quick look at the bank. We've managed to cling to that 100k cash stack longer than expected. Week 25 is all about clearing 70 cooking so we can get back to RFD and complete the final subquest before the end of the week, and we've got a few ways we're going to get that cooking XP. First off, we're planting a few barley plants so they'll have time to grow to set us up for the Forgettable Tale quest later this week, which rewards a nice chunk of cooking XP. Next up, we're heading over to Hosidius to try out the mess cooking minigame. But first, we'll make a quick detour to knock out the Depths of Despair quest in Hosidius. After all, we have to keep that quest cape progress moving forward, and starting the week out with a quest just feels right. It turns out that Lord Hosidius' son has gone missing, and we're getting tasked with finding him and bringing him home safely. Our initial investigation sends us over to the library in Arceus, where we learn some more lore and get a lead on Arthur Hosidius' location, as he's gone searching for a missing document that would have cemented the peace between Kourend and Varlamore. Once we locate Arthur, we face one of our more underwhelming quest bosses in the form of the giant snake. With that out of the way, we can return to Lord Hosidius with the Royal Accord and collect our reward. Quest complete for 1500 agility XP and another page for our memoir book. Of course, that unlocks a new teleport location, so it's a pretty amazing reward. With Depths of Despair complete, we can head over to the nearby mess hall in Hosidius, which will be our home for the rest of the day. This little minigame is pretty interesting. It's supposed to give better cooking XP than the sweet corn cooking in Castori that we had been doing, and it similarly allows us to train our cooking without having to first train fishing or spend a ton of time at a minigame like Wintertodt or Temperos. In short, it allows an Ironman like ourselves to save some time by training just our cooking when we need to meet a quest requirement like the level 70 that we're chasing. It sounds like a win-win to me and a no-brainer for us to give a try. And if anybody knows of any additional cooking methods that let us train without having to first collect resources, just let me know in the comments down below. I actually only learned about the Hosidius mess minigame through a comment on one of my last videos. Plus, I always love hearing any feedback from you guys. Day 170 is gonna be an exciting one. Or maybe not. I guess that really depends on how exciting you find the Hosidius mess minigame, because we're gonna spend the entire day here, plugging away at that pesky 70 cooking requirement. Honestly, I'm enjoying it here so far. It's a bit of a shake-up from any of the other training methods that we've done recently, and so far, the XP rates that I'm seeing definitely seem to be a bit better than what we were getting from picking and cooking sweet corn over in Castori. After seeing how perfect it is for us, I'm definitely a bit ashamed that I didn't know about this training method sooner. Like I mentioned earlier, someone had to let me know in the comments on one of the last videos, otherwise I'd still just be plugging away over in Castori, picking and cooking sweet corn. In my defense, it is a somewhat niche training method that's mostly useful for Ironmen, and my only other account that I have any actual playtime on is a main. I know, forgive me, I'm a filthy casual. All I did to train my cooking on my main account was just go to the Grand Exchange and buy a ton of grapes and jugs of water, but unfortunately it's not so easy for us now. Day 171 we're starting out, you guessed it, cooking in Hosidius once again. But don't worry, we won't be spending the entire day here again today. We'll just be sticking around long enough to pick up 68 cooking before heading off to prep for our next quest. Training cooking is good, but getting XP from a quest while making progress on the quest cape is definitely better. Now, 68 cooking might not sound like it, but that's a huge milestone as it unlocks tuna potatoes for us going forward. Tuna potatoes heal an incredible 22 hit points for 1 click and 1 inventory slot, making them one of the very best foods we'll be able to get our hands on for a while. Actually cooking the tuna potatoes, on the other hand, is a multi-step process and definitely much more time intensive to cook. But it's absolutely worth the extra effort for taking on harder quests and PVM where our lobsters just don't make the cut. And those harder quests are getting more and more common. As we finish more quests every week, the challenges for the next week get harder and harder, so make sure you're subscribed to see the 1 hour Ironman progress on the journey week by week. Finally, we'll spend the rest of our time for day 171 collecting the barley that we planted earlier in the week, a key item requirement for the Forgettable Tale quest. Or at least, that was the plan. Somehow, not just 1 or 2, but all 3 plots that we planted managed to die, leaving us completely out of luck. Fortunately, we had just enough time to get more barley planted before the end of the hour, and this time I had the foresight to pay the farmer to look after it for us. No more dead barley on Farmer Ronan's watch. Day 172 starts with collecting and cooking the barley that we replanted at the end of yesterday before heading over to Keldagrim to start the Forgettable Tale quest. Forgettable Tale is a follow-on from the Giant Dwarf quest that we completed a few weeks ago and sees us investigating the reason for the Red Axe Mining Company's mysterious departure from the Dwarven Consortium. The first half of the quest involves us trying to get some information out of a particularly drunken dwarf who will only cooperate if we agree to get him some Kelda Stout. Unfortunately, unlike the many other times we've had to get a beer for someone in RuneScape, it's not just as simple as handing over a few GP to a bartender. This time, we're sent running all around dwarfdom trying to actually learn how to brew the drink ourselves. First, we have to convince several additional and only slightly less drunken dwarves to hand over their Kelda hop seeds. The first, for some reason, requests a random item from a list, in our case a set of bat bones. The next 2 are a bit easier, and in typical RuneScape fashion, just require us to bribe them with a cold beer. Once we do manage to secure all of the required seeds, we can head over and plant them back in Keldagrim. Apparently these specialized hops can only grow underground in the absence of sunlight. I just hope they have a better success rate than our poor barley did earlier. And now we've got a little bit of time to kill while we wait on those special Kelda hops to grow, so what better way to spend it than working on a little bit of farming? We've definitely been neglecting our farming runs recently, and it's time to change that. The hops only took about 20 minutes to grow, which works out about perfectly. It leaves us with enough time to head back and collect them and learn how to actually brew the Kelda Stout before the end of the day. Unfortunately, we have to let the ingredients ferment for a little bit of time, so we're not able to make too much further progress before we're hit with another wait. With a farming run already behind us for the day, I decided to head back over to Hosidius and spend the rest of our downtime pushing our cooking a little bit further. After all, every little bit of XP helps, especially if we're going to push past level 70 and continue Recipe for Disaster before the end of the week. And we just barely managed to hit level 69, nice, cooking before the end of the day. Day 173 sees us continuing on with the Forgettable Tale, which is about to become a lot less forgettable. At least, for us the player, maybe not so much for our character, but you'll see what I mean. With the Kelda Stout brewed, we can listen to the Drunken Dwarf's tall tale at last. But that tall tale ends up putting us onto the trail of a story of political intrigue and drama, and might just explain what's going on with the Red Axe. Once we have the permission of the Brown Engine director that we befriended during the Giant Dwarf, we have to go explore a previously blocked off tunnel. It turns into a bit of a puzzle in which we have to direct our minecart through the cavern. Partway through, we overhear a conversation with the Red Axe director, from which we learn that the boat crash that got us into the whole quest series in the first place was engineered by the Red Axe. After the dramatic reveal from the cutscene, we have to push through more caverns with more minecart puzzles. Fortunately, the Quest Helper plugin, our saving grace for this account, makes this part pretty easy, and it prevents us from spending half of our limited time for the day running into dead ends. The cutscene at the end of the tunnel reveals that the Red Axe are raising an army of Chaos Dwarves. Unfortunately, an ogre that's working with the Red Axe gets the drop on us, and we're bewitched before we can report back this new intel. So instead of returning to Commander Veldeban and actually reporting, we end up just getting drunk at the pub with the Drunken Dwarf. And I guess that's gonna be the end of the quest. Unfortunately, there's not actually a third quest continuing this quest series in Old School RuneScape at this time. We definitely came here with the primary motivation of getting 5,000 cooking XP, and that farming level we just picked up is a really nice bonus, but now I desperately want Jagex to continue this quest series. This ended up being one of the more interesting Old School RuneScape quest series that I've paid attention to in quite a while. If there are any quest series or just unfinished storylines in Old School RuneScape that you'd like to see Jagex finish, let me know in the comments down below, because there are a ton that just haven't been wrapped up at this point. We're starting day 174 by making the final push to the 70 cooking requirement that's been holding us back from RFD for weeks. We start out by collecting and cooking a few inventories of sweet corn in Castori, where we left off yesterday after completing the Forgettable Tale quest. I do love the look of this area. There's so many places on Varlamore, Castori is just one of the many that look absolutely beautiful. But I quickly decided to switch it up and head over to the Hosidius mess again to take advantage of the faster XP rates. The pineapple pizzas over here are definitely a step above the sweet corn in Castori, even if it is nice to head over to Castori every once in a while for a change of view if nothing else. And finally, after grinding for the better part of this week and last week, we're almost ready. We're just a few pizza inventories away from continuing on with Recipe for Disaster. And there we go. There's level 70 cooking, our very first level 70 on the account in any skill. More importantly, however, we're ready to go start on the final Recipe for Disaster subquest, and this one sends us right back to Apatol, where we haven't really set foot since completing Monkey Madness and getting our Dragon Scimitar. Fortunately, it's a much faster trip this time. We can just take a ferry ring to the island, get locked up, and use our Gree to quickly escape. Speaking of Grees, we have to pick up the components to make 3 more. That means fighting a few different types of monkeys around the island to collect their bones, starting with the archer ninja monkeys that act as guards. And if you didn't know, apparently these ninja monkeys have magical darts or something, because they sniped me through a building wall and sent me straight back to Lumbridge. Fortunately, I was able to recover all of my stuff, including the bones. Next up are gorilla bones. Now, apparently these gorillas have a healing mechanic that makes them almost impossible to defeat within melee range, and I just completely forgot about it. So after 5 completely futile minutes and an entire inventory of wasted supplies, I had to teleport out and gear up with my magic equipment. With a few fire blast spells and a nice safe spot, we make quick work of the same gorilla we fought earlier. Third and finally, we have to head to the cavern below where we fought the gorilla and get some zombie monkey bones. Then, with all of the necessary Grigri supplies collected, we'll spend our last few minutes of the day progressing the quest as far as possible by speaking to the Monkey King and the 3 wise monkeys to learn how to make the food we need, a special stuffed snake. As with during the Monkey Madness quest, the 3 wise monkeys end up being pretty elusive and we have to deceive them into helping us. Day 175, we have to start by making our way through the long snaking cave on the island to find the Mage Zuknok and get our 3 new Grigris crafted. Fortunately, this is a lot easier than the first time we had to do it during Monkey Madness, as we can just equip the Grigri and walk right past the normally aggressive mobs. We still take some damage from falling debris, but it negates the need to use up any prayer potions. At the end of the cave, Zuknok quickly enchants our new talismans, each of which will turn us into a different type of monkey, which we'll need to use to collect the ingredients for the stuffed snake. We first have to head back to the 3 wise monkeys, who finish telling us about where to find the 3 different ingredients. First up is the giant snake itself. We can head to the cave on the nearby Crashside Island and collect 1 snake corpse. Of course, we'll grab a spare just in case we burn one. Next up, we'll use our gorilla form to collect the special red banana that we need. And then the ninja monkey form to navigate an agility course and collect the monkey nuts within a cave. And lastly, the zombie monkey form gives us access to the cave below the monkey temple, where we can cook the stuffed snake to perfection on the first try, if I might add. Then we can return to Lumbridge to free the Monkey King and complete the final subquest. The XP rewards are pretty decent on this one, and a bonus agility level is always welcome. And of course, with the final leader freed and the last subquest complete, we're treated to a cutscene that teases the final battle for Recipe for Disaster. Next week, we'll be working on the last quest requirement between us and that final battle, but we'll talk about that more at the end of the video, so make sure you stick around to the very end. But first, we have to go grab our new dragon gloves. They're gonna be a lot more expensive than I remembered. The rune gloves were only 6,500 coins. The dragon gloves are 130k. But it's a worthwhile investment. We've got to get our hands on those new gloves. Or I guess I should say we've got to get those gloves on our hands. The most important thing to keep in mind, however, is we're only 1 more upgrade away from the Barrows gloves. And we'll take a quick look at the week's stats with some nice progress all around, but the absolute highlight being our first level 70 with cooking. A peek at the bank, which is looking a bit more depressing now with under 20k after our Dragon Gauntlet purchase. And that's a wrap on the first 175 hours of the 1 hour Ironman. When I first started this account, I honestly had no idea how far I'd be able to get playing just 1 hour per day. And now, 6 months later, we've gone from a fresh Ironman on Tutorial Island to an account that's taken on some of the biggest quests and challenges in this game. We've gone from Dragon Slayer to Monkey Madness, and now we're facing down Recipe for Disaster's finale and Desert Treasure after getting our first skill level past 70. But despite all of the amazing progress that we've made, we're still a long way from that quest cape. We're still only halfway done with the quest list. There are difficult skill requirements to grind out and plenty of gear upgrades standing between us and the finish line. And with only 1 hour per day to make our progress, I have a feeling a few of those are going to take a little while. Now, if you've made it all the way through this video, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you being here. Make sure you like the video, and if you're not already subscribed, now's the perfect time to join the 1 hour Ironman. The weekly episodes continue from here, and I'd love to have you along for the rest of the journey. We're 175 days down, but the quest cape is still ahead. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode.